An Englishman Looks at the World by H.G. Wells, narrated by Peter Silverleaf. The Coming of Blériot, July 1909. The telephone bell rings with the petulant persistence that marks a trunk call, and I go in from some ineffectual gymnastics on the lawn to deal with the eruption. There is the usual trouble in connecting up. Minute voices in Folkestone and Dover and London call to one another and are submerged by buzzings and throbbings. Then, in elfin tones, the real message comes through. Blériot has crossed the Channel. An article about what it means. I make a hasty promise and go out and tell my friends. From my garden I look straight upon the Channel, and there are white caps upon the water, and the iris and tamarisk are all asway with the south-west wind that was also blowing yesterday. Monsieur Blériot has done very well, and Mr. Latham, his rival, had jolly bad luck. That is what it means to us first of all. It also, I reflect privately, means that I have underestimated the possible stability of aeroplanes. I did not expect anything of the sort so soon. This is a good 5 years before my reckoning of the year before last. We all, I think, regret that being so near, we were not among the fortunate ones who saw that little flat-shaped skim landward out of the blue. Surely they have an enviable memory, and then we fell talking and disputing about what that swift arrival may signify. It starts a swarm of questions. First, one remarks that there is a thing done, and done with an astonishing effect of ease, that was incredible not simply to ignorant people, but to men well informed in these matters. It cannot be 15 years ago since Sir Hiram Maxim made the first machine that could lift its weight from the ground, and I well remember how the clumsy quality of that success confirmed the universal doubt that men could ever in any effectual manner fly. Since then, a conspiracy of accidents has changed the whole problem. The bicycle and its vibrations developed the pneumatic tire. The pneumatic tire rendered a comfortable, mechanically driven road vehicle possible. The motor car set an enormous premium on the development of very light, very efficient engines, and, at last, the engineer was able to offer the experimentalists in gliding one strong enough and light enough for the new purpose. And here we are. Or rather, Monsieur Blériot is. What does it mean for us? One meaning, I think, stands out plainly enough, unpalatable enough to our national pride. This thing, from first to last, was made abroad. Of all that made it possible, we can only claim so much as is due the improvement of the bicycle. Gliding began abroad, while our young men of muscle and courage were braving the dangers of the cricket field. The motor car and its engine was being worked out over there, while in this country the mechanically propelled road vehicle, lest it should frighten the carriage horses of the gentry, was going meticulously at 4 miles an hour behind a man with a red flag. Over there, where the prosperous classes have some regard for education and some freedom of imaginative play, where people discuss all sorts of things fearlessly and have a respect for science, this has been achieved. And now our insularity is breached by the foreigner who has got ahead with flying. It means, I take it, first and foremost for us, that the world cannot wait for the English. It is not the first warning we have had. It has been raining warnings upon us. Never was a slacking, dull people so liberally served with warnings of what was in store for them. But this event, this foreigner-invented, foreigner-built, foreigner-steered thing, taking our silver streak as a bird soars across a rivulet, puts the case dramatically. We have fallen behind in the quality of our manhood. In the men of means and leisure in this island there was neither enterprise enough, imagination enough, knowledge nor skill enough to lead in this matter. I do not see how one can go into the history of this development and arrive at any other conclusion. The French and Americans can laugh at our aeroplanes. The Germans are 10 years ahead of our poor navigables. We are displayed a soft, rather backward people. Either we are a people essentially and incurably inferior, or there is something wrong in our training, something benumbing in our atmosphere and circumstances. That is the first and gravest intimation of Monsieur Blériot's feat. The second is that, in spite of our fleet, this is no longer, from the military point of view, an inaccessible island. So long as one had to consider the navigable balloon, the aerial side of warfare remained unimportant. A Zeppelin is little good for any purpose but scouting and espionage. It can carry very little weight in proportion to its vast size, and, what is more important, it cannot drop things without sending itself up like a bubble in soda water. An armada of navigables sent against this island would end in a dispersed, deflated state, chiefly in the seas between Orkney and Norway, though I say it, who should not? But these aeroplanes can fly all round the fastest navigable that ever drove before the wind. They can drop weights, take up weights, and do all sorts of able, inconvenient things. They are birds. As for the birds, so for aeroplanes. There is an upward limit of size. They are not going to be very big, but they are going to be very able and active. Within a year we shall have, or rather they will have, aeroplanes capable of starting from Calais, let us say, circling over London, dropping 100 weight or so of explosive upon the printing machines of the Times, and returning securely to Calais for another similar parcel. They are things neither difficult nor costly to make. For the price of a dreadnought one might have hundreds. They will be extremely hard to hit with any sort of missile. I do not think a large army of undereducated, undertrained, extremely unwilling conscripts is going to be any good against this sort of thing. I do not think that the arrival of Monsieur Blériot means a panic resort to conscription. It is extremely desirable that people should realize that these foreign machines are not a temporary and incidental advantage that we can make good by fussing and demanding 8, and saying we won't wait and so on, and then subsiding into indolence again. They are just the first fruits of a steady, enduring lead that the foreigner has won. The foreigner is ahead of us in education, and this is especially true of the middle and upper classes, from which invention and enterprise come, or, in our own case, do not come. He makes a better class of man than we do. His science is better than ours. His training is better than ours. His imagination is livelier. His mind more active. His requirements in a novel, for example, are not kindly, sedative pap. His uncensored plays deal with reality. His schools are places for vigorous education instead of genteel athleticism, and his home has books in it, and thought and conversation. Our homes and schools are relatively dull and uninspiring. There is no intellectual guide to stir in them, and to that we owe this new generation of nicely behaved, unenterprising sons, who play golf and dominate the tailoring of the world, while Brazilians, Frenchmen, Americans, and Germans fly. That we are hopelessly behindhand in aeronautics is not a fact by itself. It is merely an indication that we are behindhand in our mechanical knowledge and invention. Monsieur Blériot's aeroplane points also to the fleet. The struggle for naval supremacy is not merely a struggle in shipbuilding and expenditure. Much more is it a struggle in knowledge and invention. It is not the power that has the most ships or the biggest ships that is going to win in a naval conflict. It is the power that thinks quickest of what to do, is most resourceful and inventive. 80 dreadnoughts manned by dull men are only 80 targets for a quicker adversary. Well, is there any reason to suppose that our Navy is going to keep above the general national level of these things? Is the Navy bright? The arrival of Monsieur Blériot suggests most horribly to me how far behind we must be in all matters of ingenuity, device, and mechanical contrivance. I am reminded again of the days during the Boer War, when one realized that it had never occurred to our happy-go-lucky army that it was possible to make a military use of barbed wire or construct a trench to defy shrapnel. Suppose in the North Sea we got a surprise like that, and fished out a parboiled, half-drowned admiral explaining what a confoundedly slim, unexpected, almost ungentlemanly thing the enemy had done to him. Very probably the Navy is the exception to the British system. Its officers are rescued from the dull homes and dull schools of their class while still of tender years, and shaped after a fashion of their own. But Monsieur Blériot reminds us that we may no longer shelter and degenerate behind these blue backs, and the keenest men at sea are none the worse for having keen men on land behind them. Are we an awakening people? It is the vital riddle of our time. I look out upon the windy channel and think of all those millions just over there who seem to get busier and keener every hour. I could imagine the day of reckoning coming like a swarm of birds. Here the air is full of the clamour of rich and prosperous people invited to pay taxes, and beyond measure bitter. They are going to live abroad, cut their charities, dismiss old servants, and do all sorts of silly, vindictive things. We seem to be doing feeble next to nothings in the endowment of research. Not 1 in 20 of the boys of the middle and upper classes learns German or gets more than a misleading smattering of physical science. Most of them never learn to speak French. Heaven only knows what they do with their brains. The British reading and thinking public probably does not number 50,000 people all told. It is difficult to see whence the necessary impetus for a national renaissance is to come. The universities are poor and spiritless, with no ambition to lead the country. I met a Boy Scout recently. He was hopeful in his way, but a little inadequate, I thought, as a basis for confidence in the future of the Empire. We still have our Derby Day, of course. Apart from these patriotic solicitudes, Monsieur Blériot has set quite another train of thought going in my mind. The age of natural democracy is surely at an end through these machines. There comes a time when men will be sorted out into those who will have the knowledge, nerve, and courage to do these splendid, dangerous things, and those who will prefer the humbler level. I do not think numbers are going to matter so much in the warfare of the future, and that when organized, intelligence differs from the majority. The majority will have no adequate power of retort. The common man, with a pike, being only sufficiently indignant and abundant, could chase the 18th-century gentleman as he chose, but I fail to see what he can do in the way of mischief to an elusive chevalier with wings. But that opens too wide a discussion for me to enter upon now. My first flight. Eastbourne, August the 5th, 1912. 3 years later. Hitherto my only flights have been flights of imagination, but this morning I flew. I spent about 10 or 15 minutes in the air. We went out to sea, soared up, came back over the land, circled higher, planed steeply down to the water, and I landed with the conviction that I had only the foretaste of a great store of hitherto unsuspected pleasures. At the first chance, I will go up again, and I will go higher and further. This experience has restored all the keenness of my ancient interest in flying, which had become a little fagged and flat by too much hearing and reading about the thing and not enough participation. 16 years ago, in the days of Langley and Lilienthal, I was one of the few journalists who believed and wrote that flying was possible. It affected my reputation unfavourably, and produced in the few discouraged pioneers of those days a quite touching gratitude. Over my mantel, as I write, hangs a very blurred and bad but interesting photograph that Professor Langley sent me 16 years ago. It shows the flight of the first piece of human machinery, heavier than air, that ever kept itself up for any length of time. It was a model, a little affair that would not have lifted a cat. It went up in a spiral and came down unsmashed, bringing back, like Noah's dove, the promise of tremendous things. That was only 16 years ago, and it is amusing to recall how cautiously even we out-and-out believers did our prophesying. I was quite a desperate fellow. I said outright that in my lifetime we should see men flying. But I qualified that by repeating that for many years to come it would be an enterprise only for quite fantastic daring and skill. We conjured up stupendous difficulties and risks. I was deeply impressed and greatly discouraged by a paper a distinguished Cambridge mathematician produced to show that a flying machine was bound to pitch fearfully, that as it flew on, its pitching must increase until up went its nose, down went its tail, and it fell like a knife. We exaggerated every possibility of instability. We imagined that when the aeroplane wasn't kicking up a hind and a fore, it would be heeling over to the lightest side wind. A sneeze might upset it. We contrasted our poor human equipment with the instinctive balance of a bird, which has had 10 million years of evolution by way of a start. The waterplane in which I soared over Eastbourne this morning with Mr. Graham White was as steady as a motor car running on asphalt. Then we went on from those anticipations of swaying insecurity to speculations about the psychological and physiological effects of flying. Most people who look down from the top of a cliff or high tower feel some slight qualms of dread. Many feel quite sickening dread. Even if men struggled high into the air, we asked, wouldn't they be smitten up there by such a lonely and reeling dismay as to lose all self-control? And above all, wouldn't the pitching and tossing make them quite horribly seasick? I have always been a little haunted by that last dread. It gave a little undertow of funk to the mood of lively curiosity with which I got aboard the waterplane this morning, that sort of faint, thin funk that so readily invades one on the verge of any new experience. When one tries one's first dive, for example, or pushes off for the first time down an ice run. I thought I should very probably be seasick, or, to be more precise, airsick. I thought also that I might be very giddy and that I might get thoroughly cold and uncomfortable. None of those things happened. I am still in a state of amazement at the smooth steadfastness of the motion. There is nothing on earth to compare with that, unless, and that I can't judge, it is an ice yacht travelling on perfect ice. The finest motor car in the world on the best road would be a joggling, quivering thing beside it. To begin with, we went out to the sea before the wind, and then the plane would not readily rise. We went with an undulating movement, leaping with a light splashing pat upon the water from wave to wave. And then we came about into the wind and rose, and looking over I saw that there were no longer those periodic flashes of white foam. I was flying, and it was as still and steady as dreaming. I watched the widening distance between our floats and waves. It wasn't by any means a windless day. There was a brisk, fluctuating breeze blowing out of the north over the downs. It seemed hardly to affect our flight at all. And as for the giddiness of looking down, one does not feel it at all. It is difficult to explain why this should be so. but it is so. I suppose in such matters I am neither exceptionally steady-headed, nor is my head exceptionally given to swimming. I can stand on the edge of cliffs of 1,000 feet or so and look down, but I can never bring myself right up to the edge, nor crane over to look to the very bottom. I should want to lie down to do that. And the other day I was on that Belvedere place at the top of the Rotterdam skyscraper. A rather high wind was blowing, and one looks down through the chinks between the boards one stands on upon the heads of the people in the streets below. I didn't like it. But this morning I looked directly down on a little fleet of fishing boats over which we passed, and on the crowds assembling on the beach, and on the bathers who stared up at us from the breaking surf with an entirely agreeable exultation. And Eastbourne, in the early morning sunshine, had all the brightly detailed littleness of a town viewed from high up on the side of a great mountain. When Mr. Graham White told me we were going to plane down, I will confess I tightened my hold on the side of the car, and prepared for something like the down-going sensation of a switchback railway on a larger scale. Just for a moment there was that familiar feeling of something pressing one's heart up towards one's shoulders, and one's lower jaw up into its sockets, and of grinding one's lower teeth against the upper, and then it passed. The nose of the car and all the machine was slanting downwards. We were gliding quickly down, and yet there was no feeling that one rushed, not even as one rushes in coasting a hill on a bicycle. It wasn't a tithe of the thrill of those 3 descents one gets on the great mountain railway in the White City. There one gets a disagreeable quiver up one's backbone from the wheels, and a real sense of falling. It is quite peculiar to flying that one is incredulous of any collision. Some time ago I was in a motor car that ran over and killed a small dog, and this wretched little incident has left an open wound upon my nerves. I'm never quite happy in a car now. I can't help keeping an apprehensive eye ahead. But you fly with an exhilarating assurance that you cannot possibly run over anything or run into anything, except the land or the sea, and even those large essentials seem a beautifully safe distance away. I had heard a great deal of talk about the deafening uproar of the engine. I counted a headache among my chances. There again reason reinforced conjecture. When in the early morning Mr. Travers came from Brighton in this Farman in which I flew, I could hear the hum of the great insect when it still seemed abreast of Beachy Head, and a good 2 miles away. If one can hear a thing at 2 miles, how much the more will one not hear it at a distance of 2 yards? But at the risk of seeming too contented for anything, I will assert I heard that noise no more than one hears the drone of an electric ventilator upon one's table. It was only when I came to speak to Mr. Graham White, or he to me, that I discovered that our voices had become almost infinitesimally small. And so it was I went up into the air at Eastbourne with the impression that flying was still an uncomfortable, experimental, and slightly heroic thing to do, and came down to the cheerful gathering crowd upon the sands again, with the knowledge that it is a thing achieved for everyone. It will get much cheaper, no doubt, and much swifter, and be improved in a dozen ways. We must get self-starting engines, for example, for both our aeroplanes and motor cars, but it is available today for anyone who can reach it. An invalid lady of 70 could have enjoyed all that I did if only one could have got her into the passenger's seat. Getting there was a little difficult, it is true. The waterplane was out in the surf, and I was carried to it on a boatman's back, and then had to clamber carefully through the wires, but that is a matter of detail. This flying is indeed so certain to become a general experience that I am sure that this description will in a few years seem almost as quaint as if I had set myself to record the fears and sensations of my first ride in a wheeled vehicle. And I suspect that learning to control a Farman waterplane now is probably not much more difficult than, let us say, twice the difficulty in learning the control and management of a motor bicycle. I cannot understand the sort of young man who won't learn how to do it if he gets half a chance. The development of these waterplanes is an important step towards the huge and swarming popularization of flying, which is now certainly imminent. We ancient survivors of those who believed in and wrote about flying before there was any flying used to make a great fuss about the dangers and difficulties of landing and getting up. We wrote with vast gravity about starting rails and landing stages, and it is still true that landing an aeroplane, except upon a well-known and quite level expanse, is a risky and uncomfortable business. But getting up and landing upon fairly smooth water is easier than getting into bed. This alone is likely to determine the aeroplane routes along the line of the world's coastlines and lake groups and waterways. The airmen will go to and fro over water as the midges do. Wherever there is a square mile of water, the waterplanes will come and go like hornets at the mouth of their nest. But there are much stronger reasons than this convenience for keeping over water. Over water the air, it seems, lies in great level expanses. Even when there are gales, it moves in uniform masses like the swift, still rush of a deep river. The airman, in Mr. Graham White's phrase, can go to sleep on it. But over the land and for thousands of feet up into the sky, the air is more irregular than a torrent among rocks. It is, if only we could see it, a waving, whirling, eddying, flamboyant confusion. A slight hill, a ploughed field, the streets of a town create riotous, rolling, invisible streams and cataracts of air that catch the airman unawares, make him drop disconcertingly, try his nerves. With a powerful enough engine, he climbs at once again, but these sudden downfalls are the least pleasant and most dangerous experience in aviation. They exact a tiring vigilance. Over lake or sea, in sunshine, within sight of land, this is the perfect way of the flying tourist. Gladly would I have set out for France this morning instead of returning to Eastbourne, and then coasted round to Spain and into the Mediterranean, and so, by leisurely stages, to India and the East Indies. I find my study unattractive today. Off the Chain. December 1910. I was ill in bed, reading Samuel Warren's 10,000 a Year, and noting how much the world can change in 70 years. I had just got to the journey of Titmouse from London to Yorkshire in that ex-sheriff's coach he bought in Longacre, where now the motor cars are sold, when there came a telegram to bid me note how a certain Mr. Holt was upon the ocean, coming back to England from a little excursion. He had left London last Saturday week at midday. He hoped to be back by Thursday, and he had talked to the President in Washington, visited Philadelphia, and had a comparatively loitering afternoon in New York. What had I to say about it? Firstly, that I wish this article could be written by Samuel Warren, and failing that, I wish that Charles Dickens, who wrote in his American Notes with such passionate disgust and hostility about the first Cunarder, retailing all the discomfort and misery of crossing the Atlantic by steamship, could have shared Mr. Holt's experience. Because I am chiefly impressed by the fact not that Mr. Holt has taken days where weeks were needed 50 years ago, but that he has done it very comfortably, without undue physical exertion, and at no greater expense, I suppose, that it cost Dickens, whom the journey nearly killed. If Mr. Holt's expenses were higher, it was for the special trains and the sake of the record. Anyone taking ordinary trains and ordinary passengers may do what he has done in 18 or 20 days. When I was a boy, Around the World in 80 Days was still a brilliant piece of imaginative fiction. Now that is almost an invalid's pace. It will not be very long before a man will be able to go round the world, if he wishes to do so, 10 times in a year. and it is perhaps forgivable of those who, like Jules Verne, saw all these increments in speed, motor cars and airships, aeroplanes and submarines, wireless telegraphy and what not, as plain and necessary deductions from the promises of physical science, should turn upon a world that read and doubted and jeered with, "I told you so, now will you respect a prophet?" It was not that the prophets professed any mystical and inexplicable illumination at which a skeptic might reasonably mock. They were prepared with ample reasons for the things they foretold. Now, quite as confidently, they point on to a new series of consequences, high probabilities that follow on all this tremendous development of swift, secure, and cheapened locomotion, just as they followed almost necessarily upon the mechanical developments of the last century. Briefly, the ties that bind men to place are being severed. We are in the beginning of a new phase in human experience. For endless ages, man led the hunting life, migrating after his food, camping, homeless, as to this day are many of the Indians and Eskimo in the Hudson Bay Territory. Then began agriculture, and for the sake of securer food, man tethered himself to a place. The history of man's progress from savagery to civilization is essentially a story of settling down. It begins in caves and shelters. It culminates in a wide spectacle of farms and peasant villages, and little towns among the farms. There were wars, crusades, barbarous invasions, setbacks, but to that state all Asia, Europe, North Africa worked its way with an indomitable pertinacity. The enormous majority of human beings stayed at home at last. From the cradle to the grave they lived, married, died in the same district, usually in the same village, and to that condition law, custom, habits, morals have adapted themselves. The whole plan and conception of human society is based on the rustic home and the needs and characteristics of the agricultural family. There have been gypsies, wanderers, knaves, knights errant and adventurers, no doubt, but the settled, permanent rustic home, and the tenure of land about it, and the hens and the cow, have constituted the fundamental reality of the whole scene. Now, the really wonderful thing in this astonishing development of cheap, abundant, swift locomotion we have seen in the last 70 years, in the development of which Mauretanias, aeroplanes, mile-a-minute expresses, tubes, motor buses, and motor cars are just the bright, remarkable points, is this: that it dissolves almost all the reason and necessity why men should go on living permanently in any one place or rigidly disciplined to one set of conditions. The former attachment to the soil ceases to be an advantage. The human spirit has never quite subdued itself to the laborious and established life. It achieves its best with variety and occasional vigorous exertion under the stimulus of novelty rather than by constant toil, and this revolution in human locomotion that brings nearly all the globe within a few days of any man is the most striking aspect of the unfettering again of the old, restless, wandering, adventurous tendencies in man's composition. Already one can note remarkable developments of migration. There is, for example, that flow to and fro across the Atlantic of labourers from the Mediterranean. Italian workmen by the 100,000 go to the United States in the spring and return in the autumn. Again, there is a stream of thousands of prosperous Americans to summer in Europe. Compared with any European country, the whole population of the United States is fluid. Equally notable is the enormous proportion of the British prosperous which winters either in the high Alps or along the Riviera. England is rapidly developing the former Irish grievance of an absentee property class. It is only now by the most strenuous artificial banking back that migrations on a far huger scale from India into Africa and from China and Japan into Australia and America are prevented. All the indications point to a time when it will be an altogether exceptional thing for a man to follow one occupation in one place all his life, and still rarer for a son to follow in his father's footsteps or die in his father's house. The thing is as simple as the rule of 3. We are off the chain of locality for good and all. It was necessary heretofore for a man to live in immediate contact with his occupation, because the only way for him to reach it was to have it at his door, and the cost and delay of transport were relatively too enormous for him to shift once he was settled. Now he may live 20 or 30 miles away from his occupation, and it often pays him to spend the small amount of time and money needed to move. It may be halfway round the world to healthier conditions or more profitable employment. And with every diminution in the cost and duration of transport, it becomes more and more possible and more likely to be profitable to move great multitudes of workers seasonally between regions where work is needed in this season and regions where work is needed in that. They can go out to the agricultural lands at one time and come back into towns for artistic work and organized work in factories at another. They can move from rain and darkness into sunshine, and from heat into the coolness of mountain forests. Children can be sent for education to sea beaches and healthy mountains. Men will harvest in Saskatchewan and come down in great liners to spend the winter working in the forests of Yucatan. People have hardly begun to speculate about the consequences of the return of humanity from a closely tethered to a migratory existence. It is here that the prophet finds his chief opportunity. Obviously, these great forces of transport are already straining against the limits of existing political areas. Every country contains now an increasing ingredient of unenfranchised Uitlanders. Every country finds a growing section of its home-born people either living largely abroad, drawing the bulk of their income from the exterior, and having their essential interests wholly or partially across the frontier. In every locality of a Western European country, countless people are found delocalized, uninterested in the affairs of that particular locality, and capable of moving themselves with a minimum of loss and a maximum of facility into any other region that proves more attractive. In America, political life, especially state life as distinguished from national political life, is degraded because of the natural and inevitable apathy of a large portion of the population whose interests go beyond the state. Politicians and statesmen, being the last people in the world to notice what is going on in it, are making no attempt whatever to readapt this hugely growing floating population of delocalized people to the public service. As Mr. Marriott puts it in his novel, now they drop out from politics as we understand politics at present, local administration falls almost entirely, and the decision of imperial affairs tends more and more to fall into the hands of that dwindling and adventurous moiety which sits tight in one place from the cradle to the grave. No one has yet invented any method for the political expression and collective direction of a migratory population, and nobody is attempting to do so. It is a new problem. Here, then, is a curious prospect. The prospect of a new kind of people, a floating population going about the world, uprooted, delocalized, and even, it may be, denationalized, with wide interests and wide views, developing, no doubt, customs and habits of its own, a morality of its own, a philosophy of its own, and yet, from the point of view of current politics and legislation, unorganized and ineffective. Most of the forces of international finance and international business enterprise will be with it. It will develop its own characteristic standards of art and literature and conduct in accordance with its new necessities. It is, I believe, the mankind of the future. And the last thing it will be able to do will be to legislate. The history of the immediate future will, I am convinced, be very largely the history of the conflict of the needs of this new population with the institutions, the boundaries, the laws, prejudices, and deep-rooted traditions established during the homekeeping, localized era of mankind's career. This conflict follows as inevitably upon these new gigantic facilities of locomotion as the Mauretania followed from the discoveries of steam and steel. of the new reign. June 1911. The bunting and the crimson vanish from the streets. Already the vast army of improvised carpenters that the coronation has created set themselves to the work of demolition, and soon every road that converges upon central London will be choked again with great loads of timber, but this time going outward, as our capital emerges from this unprecedented inundation of loyalty. The most elaborately conceived, the most stately of all recorded British coronations is past. What new phase in the life of our nation and our empire does this tremendous ceremony inaugurate? The question is inevitable. There is nothing in all the social existence of men so full of challenge as the crowning of a king. It is the end of the overture, the curtain rises. This is a new beginning place for histories. To us, the great mass of common Englishmen, who have no place in the hierarchy of our land, who do not attend courts nor encounter uniforms, whose function is at most spectacular, who stand in the street and watch the dignitaries and the liveries pass by, this sense of critical expectation is perhaps greater than it is for those more immediately concerned in the spectacle. They have had their parts to play, their symbolic acts to perform. They have sat in their privileged places, and we have waited at the barriers until their comfort and dignity was assured. I can convince many of them, a little fatigued, preparing now for social dispersal, relaxing comfortably into gossip, discussing the detail of these events with an air of things accomplished. They will decide whether the coronation has been a success and whether everything has or has not passed off very well. For us in the great crowd, nothing has as yet succeeded or passed off well or ill. We are intent upon a king newly anointed and crowned, a king of whom we know as yet very little, but who has, nevertheless, roused such expectation as no king before him has done since Tudor times, in the presence of gigantic opportunities. There is a conviction widespread among us, his own words perhaps have done most to create it, that King George is inspired, as no recent predecessor has been inspired, by the conception of kingship, that it is to be no role of almost indifferent abstinence from the broad processes of our national and imperial development. That greater public life, which is above party and above creed and sect, has, we are told, taken hold of his imagination. He is to be no crowned image of unity and correlation, a layer of foundation stones and a signature to documents, but an actor in our drama, a living prince. Time will test these hopes, but certainly we, the innumerable democracy of individually unimportant men, have felt the need for such a prince. Our consciousness of defects, of fields of effort untilled, of vast possibilities neglected and slipping away from us forever, has never really slumbered again since the chastening experiences of the Boer War. Since then, the national spirit, hampered though it is by the traditions of party government and a legacy of intellectual and social heaviness, has been in uneasy and ineffectual revolt against deadness, against stupidity and slackness, against waste and hypocrisy in every department of life. We have come to see more and more clearly how little we can hope from politicians, societies, and organized movements in these essential things. It is this that has invested the energy and manhood, the untried possibilities of the new king with so radiant a light of hope for us. Think what it may mean for us all. I write as one of the great ill-informed multitude, sincerely and gravely patriotic, outside the echoes of court gossip and the easy knowledge of exalted society, if our king does indeed care for these wider and profounder things. Suppose we have a king at last who cares for the advancement of science, who is willing to do the 100 things that are so easy in his position to increase research, to honor and to share in scientific thought. Suppose we have a king whose head rises above the level of the court artist, and who not only can but will appeal to the latent and discouraged power of artistic creation in our race. Suppose we have a king who understands the need for incessant, acute criticism to keep our collective activities intelligent and efficient, and for a flow of bold, unhampered thought through every department of the national life. A king liberal without laxity and patriotic without pettiness or vulgarity. Such, it seems to us, who wait at present almost inexpressibly outside the immediate clamours of a mere artificial loyalty, are the splendid possibilities of the time. For England is no exhausted or decaying country. It is rich with an unmeasured capacity for generous responses. It is a country burdened indeed, but not overwhelmed, by the gigantic responsibilities of empire, a little relaxed by wealth, and hampered rather than enslaved by a certain shyness of temperament, a certain habitual timidity, slovenliness, and insincerity of mind. It is a little distrustful of intellectual power and enterprise, a little awkward and ungracious to brave and beautiful things, a little too tolerant of dull, well-meaning and industrious men and arrogant old women. It suffers hypocrites gladly, because its criticism is poor, and it is wastefully harsh to frank unorthodoxy. But its heart is sound if its judgments fall short of acuteness and if its standards of achievement are low. It needs but a quickening spirit upon the throne, always the traditional centre of its respect, to rise from even the appearance of decadence. There is a new quality seeking expression in England, like the rising of sap in the spring, a new generation asking only for such leadership and such emancipation from restricted scope and ungenerous hostility as a king alone can give it. When, in its turn, this latest reign comes at last to its reckoning, what will the sum of its achievement be? What will it leave of things visible? Will it leave a London preserved and beautified, or will it but add abundantly to the lumps of dishonest statuary, the scars and masses of ill-conceived rebuilding which testify to the aesthetic degradation of the Victorian period? Will a great constellation of artists redeem the ambitious sentimentalities and genteel skilfulness that find their fitting mausoleum in the Tate Gallery? Will our literature escape at last from pretentiousness and timidity, our philosophy from the foolish cerebrations of university characters and eminent politicians at leisure, and our starved science find scope and resources adequate to its gigantic needs? Will our universities, our teaching, our national training, our public services gain a new health from the reviving vigour of the national brain? Or is all this a mere wild hope, and shall we, after perhaps some small flutterings of effort, the foundation of some ridiculous little academy of literary busybodies and hangers-on, the public recognition of this or that sociological pretender or financial scientist, and a little polite jobbery with picture-buying relapse into lassitude and a contented acquiescence in the rivalry of Germany and the United States for the moral, intellectual, and material leadership of the world? The deaths and accessions of kings, the changing of names and coins and symbols and persons, a little force our minds in the marking off of epochs. We are brought to weigh one generation against another, to reckon up our position and note the characteristics of a new phase. What lies before us in the next decades? Is England going on to fresh achievements, to a renewed and increased predominance, or is she falling into a secondary position among the peoples of the world? The answer to that depends upon ourselves. Have we pride enough to attempt still to lead mankind, and if we have we the wisdom and the quality, or are we just the children of good luck who are being found out? Some years ago, our present king exhorted this island to wake up in one of the most remarkable of British royal utterances, and Mr. Owen Seaman assures him in verse of an altogether laureate quality that we are now free of the snare of slumber's silken bands, though I have not myself observed it. It is interesting to ask, is England really waking up? And if she is, What sort of awakening is she likely to have? It is possible, of course, to wake up in various different ways. There is the clear and beautiful dawn of new and balanced effort, easy, unresting, planned, assured, and there is also the blundering up of a still half-somnambulant man, irascible, clumsy, quarrelsome, who stubs his toe in his first walk across the room, smashes his too persistent alarm clock in a fit of nerves, and cuts his throat while shaving. All patriotic vehemence does not serve one's country. Exertion is a more critical and dangerous thing than inaction, and the essence of success is in the ability to develop those qualities which make action effective, and without which strenuousness is merely a clumsy and noisy protest against inevitable defeat. These necessary qualities, without which no community may hope for preeminence today, are a passion for fine and brilliant achievement, relentless veracity of thought and method, and richly imaginative fearlessness of enterprise. Have we English those qualities, and are we doing our utmost to select and develop them? I doubt very much if we are. Let me give some of the impressions that qualify my assurance in the future of our race. I have watched a great deal of patriotic effort during the last decade. I have seen enormous expenditures of will, emotion, and material for the sake of our future, and I am deeply impressed, not indeed by any effect of lethargy, but by the second-rate quality and the shortness and weakness of aim in very much that has been done. I miss continually that sharply critical imaginativeness which distinguishes all excellent work, which shines out supremely in Cromwell's creation of the new model, or Nelson's plan of action at Trafalgar, as brightly as it does in Newton's investigation of gravitation, Turner's rendering of landscape, or Shakespeare's choice of words, but which cannot be absent altogether if any achievement is to endure. We seem to have busy, energetic people, no doubt, in abundance, patient and industrious administrators and legislators, but have we any adequate supply of really creative ability? Let me apply this question to one matter upon which England has certainly been profoundly in earnest during the last decade. We have been almost frantically resolved to keep the empire of the sea. But have we really done all that could have been done? I ask it with all diffidence, but has our naval preparation been free from a sort of noisy violence, a certain massive dullness of conception? Have we really made anything like a sane use of our resources? I do not mean of our resources in money or stuff. It is manifest that the next naval war will be beyond all precedent a war of mechanisms, giving such scope for invention and scientifically equipped wit and courage as the world has never had before. Now, have we really developed any considerable proportion of the potential human quality available to meet the demand for wits? What are we doing to discover, encourage, and develop those supreme qualities of personal genius that become more and more decisive with every new weapon and every new complication and unsuspected possibility it introduces? Suppose, for example, there was among us today a one-eyed, one-armed adulterer, rather fragile, prone to seasickness, and with just that one supreme quality of imaginative courage which made Nelson our starry admiral. Would he be given the ghost of a chance now of putting that gift at his country's disposal? I do not think he would. And I do not think he would because we underrate gifts and exceptional qualities, because there is no quickening appreciation for the exceptional best in a man, and because we overvalue the good behavior, the sound physique, the commonplace virtues of mediocrity. I have but the knowledge of the man in the streets in these things, though once or twice I have chanced on prophecy, and I am uneasily apprehensive of the quality of all our naval preparations. We go on launching these lumping great dreadnoughts, and I cannot bring myself to believe in them. They seem vulnerable from the air above and the deep below, vulnerable in a shallow channel and in a fog, and the North Sea is both foggy and shallow, and immensely costly. If I were Lord High Admiral of England at war, I would not fight the things. I would as soon put to sea in St. Paul's Cathedral. If I were fighting Germany, I would stow half of them away in the Clyde and half in the Bristol Channel, and take the good men out of them and fight with mines and torpedoes and destroyers and airships and submarines. And when I come to military matters, my persuasion that things are not all right, that our current hostility to imaginative activity and our dull acceptance of established methods and traditions is leading us towards grave dangers, intensifies. In South Africa, the Boers taught us in blood and bitterness the obvious fact that barbed wire had its military uses, and over the high passes on the way to Lhasa, though luckily it led to no disaster, there was not a rifle in condition to use because it had not thought to take glycerine. The perpetual novelty of modern conditions demands an imaginative alertness we eliminate. I do not believe that the Army Council or anyone in authority has worked out a tithe of the essential problems of contemporary war. If they have, then it does not show. Our military imagination is halfway back to bows and arrows. The other day I saw a detachment of the Legion of Frontiersmen disporting itself at Totteridge. I presume these young heroes consider they are preparing for a possible conflict in England or Western Europe, and I presume the authorities are satisfied with them. It is, at any rate, the only serious war of which there is any manifest probability. Western Europe is now a network of railways, tramways, high roads, wires of all sorts. Its chief beasts of burden are the railway train and the motor car and the bicycle. Towns and hypertrophied villages are often practically continuous over large areas. There is abundant water and food, and the commonest form of cover is the house. But the Legion of Frontiersmen is equipped for war, in Arizona in 1890, and so far as I am able to judge, the most modern sections of the army extant are organized for a colonial war in, say, 1899 or 1900. There is, of course, a considerable amount of vague energy demanding conscription and urging our youth towards a familiarity with arms and the backwoodsman's life, but of any thought-out purpose in our arming widely understood, of any realization of what would have to be done and where it would have to be done, and of any attempts to create an instrument for that novel, unprecedented undertaking, I discover no trace. In my capacity of devil's advocate, pleading against national overconfidence, I might go on to the quality of our social and political movements. One hears nowadays a vast amount of chatter about efficiency, that magic word, and social organization, and there is no doubt a huge expenditure of energy upon these things and a widespread desire to rush about and make showy and startling changes. But it does not follow that this involves progress if the enterprise itself is dully conceived, and most of it does seem to me to be dully conceived. In the absence of penetrating criticism, any impudent, industrious person may set up as an expert, organize and direct the confused good intentions at large, and muddle disastrously with the problem in hand. The expert quack and the bureaucratic intriguer increase and multiply in a dull-minded, uncritical, strenuous period as disease germs multiply in darkness and heat. I find the same doubts of our quality assail me when I turn to the supreme business of education. It is true, we all seem alive nowadays to the need of education, are all prepared for more expenditure upon it, and more, but it does not follow necessarily in a period of stagnating imagination that we shall get what we pay for. The other day I discovered my little boy doing a subtraction sum, and I found that he was doing it in a slower, clumsier, less businesslike way than the one I was taught in an old-fashioned commercial academy 30-odd years ago. The educational expert, it seems, has been at working substituting a bad method for a good one in our schools because it is easier of exposition. The educational expert, in the lack of a lively public intelligence, develops all the vices of the second-rate energetic, and he is, I am only too disposed to believe, making a terrible mess of a great deal of our science teaching and of the teaching of mathematics and English. I have written enough to make clear the quality of my doubts. I think the English mind cuts at life with a dulled edge, and that its energy may be worse than its somnolence. I think it undervalues gifts and fine achievement, and overvalues the commonplace virtues of mediocre men. One of the greatest liberal statesmen in the time of Queen Victoria never held office because he was associated with a divorce case a quarter of a century ago. For him to have taken office would have been regarded as a scandal. But it is not regarded as a scandal that our government includes men of no more ability than any average assistant behind a grocer's counter. These are your gods, O England, and with every desire to be optimistic, I find it hard, under the circumstances, to anticipate that the new epoch is likely to be a blindingly brilliant time for our empire and our race. Will the empire live? What will hold such an empire as the British together? This great, laxly scattered, sea-linked association of ancient states and new-formed countries, oriental nations and continental colonies? What will enable it to resist the endless internal strains, the inevitable external pressures and attacks to which it must be subjected? This is the primary question for British imperialism. Everything else is secondary or subordinated to that. There is a multitude of answers, but I suppose most of them will prove under examination either to be, or to lead to, or to imply very distinctly this generalization that if most of the intelligent and active people in the empire want it to continue, it will, and that if a large proportion of such active and intelligent people are discontented and estranged, nothing can save it from disintegration. I do not suppose that a navy 10 times larger than ours, or conscription of the most irksome thoroughness, could oblige Canada to remain in the Empire if the general will and feeling of Canada were against it, or coerce India into a sustained submission if India presented a united and resistant front. Our empire, for all its roll of battles, was not created by force. Colonization and diplomacy have played a far larger share in its growth than conquest, and there is no such strength in its sovereignty as the rule of pride and pressure demand. It is to the free consent and participation of its constituent peoples that we must look for its continuance. A large and influential body of politicians considers that in preferential trading between the parts of the empire and in the erection of a tariff wall against exterior peoples lies the secret of that deepened emotional understanding we all desire. I have never belonged to that school. I am no impassioned free trader. The sacred principle of free trade has always impressed me as a piece of party claptrap. But I have never been able to understand how an attempt to draw together dominions so scattered and various as ours by a network of fiscal manipulation could end in anything but mutual inconvenience, mutual irritation, and disruption. In an open drawer in my bureau there lies before me now a crumpled card on which are the notes I made of a former discussion of this very issue. A discussion between a number of prominent politicians in the days before Mr. Chamberlain's return from South Africa and the adoption of tariff reform by the Unionist Party, and I decipher again the same considerations, unanswered and unanswerable, that leave me sceptical today. Take a map of the world and consider the extreme differences in position and condition between our scattered states. Here is Canada, lying along the United States, looking eastward to Japan and China, westward to all Europe. See the great slashes of lake, bay, and mountain chain that cut it meridianly. Obviously, its main routes and trades and relations lie naturally north and south. Obviously, its full development can only be attained with those ways free, open, and active. Conceivably, you may build a fiscal wall across the continent. Conceivably, you may shut off the East and half the West by impossible tariffs and narrow its trade to one artificial duct to England, but only at the price of a hampered development. It will be like nourishing the growing body of a man with the heart and arteries of a mouse. Then, here again are New Zealand and Australia, facing South America and the teeming countries of Eastern Asia. Surely it is in relation to these vast proximities that their economic future lies. Is it impossible to believe that shipping mutton to London is anything but the mere beginning of their commercial development? Look at India again, and South Africa. Is it not manifest that from the economic and business points of view each of these is an entirely separate entity, a system apart, under distinct necessities, needing entire freedom to make its own bargains and control its trade in its own way in order to achieve its fullest material possibilities? Nor can I believe that financial entanglements greatly strengthen the bonds of an empire in any case. We lost the American colonies because we interfered with their fiscal arrangements, and it was Napoleon's attempt to strangle the continental trade with Great Britain that began its downfall. I do not find in the ordinary relations of life that business relations necessarily sustain intercourse. The relations of buyer and seller are ticklish relations, very liable to strains and conflicts. I do not find people grow fond of their butchers and plumbers, and I doubt whether if one were obliged by some special taxation to deal only with one butcher or one plumber, it would greatly endear the relationship. Forced buying is irritated buying, and it is the forbidden shop that contains the coveted goods. Nor do I find, to take another instance, among the hotel staffs of Switzerland and the Riviera, who live almost entirely upon British gold, those impassioned British imperialist views the economic link theory would lead me to expect. And another link, too, upon which much stress is laid, but about which I have very grave doubts, is the possibility of a unified organization of the empire for military defense. We are to have, it is suggested, an imperial army and an imperial navy, and so far, no doubt, as the guaranteeing of a general peace goes, we may develop a sense of participation in that way. But it is well in these islands to remember that our extraordinary empire has no common enemy to weld it together from without. It is too usual to regard Germany as the common enemy. We in Great Britain are now intensely jealous of Germany. We are intensely jealous of Germany not only because the Germans outnumber us and have a much larger and more diversified country than ours and lie in the very heart and body of Europe, but because in the last 100 years, while we have fed on platitudes and vanity, they have had the energy and humility to develop a splendid system of national education, to toil at science and art and literature, to develop social organization, to master and better our methods of business and industry, and to clamber above us in the scale of civilization. This has humiliated and irritated rather than chastened us, and our irritation has been greatly exacerbated by the swaggering bad manners, the talk of blood and iron, and mailed fists, the Weltpolitik rubbish that inaugurated the new German phase. The British middle class, therefore, is full of an angry, vague disposition to thwart that expansion which Germans regard very reasonably as their natural destiny. There are all the possibilities of a huge conflict in that disposition, and it is perhaps well to remember how insular, or at least how European, the essentials of this quarrel are. We have lost our tempers, but Canada has not. There is nothing in Germany to make Canada envious and ashamed of wasted years. Canada has no natural quarrel with Germany, nor has India, nor South Africa, nor Australasia. They have no reason to share our insular exasperation. On the other hand, all these states have other special preoccupations. New Zealand, for example, Having spent half a century and more in sheep farming, land legislation, suppressing its drink traffic, lowering its birth rate, and, in short, the achievement of an ideal preventive materialism, is chiefly consumed by hate and fear of Japan, which in the same interval has made a stride from the 13th to the 20th century, and which teems with art and life and enterprise and offspring. Now Japan, in Weltpolitik, is our ally. You see, the British Empire has no common economic interests and no natural common enemy. It is not adapted to any Zollverein or any form of united aggression. Visibly, on the map of the world, it has a likeness to open hands, while the German Empire, except for a few ill-advised and imitative colonies, is clenched into a Central European unity. Physically, our empire is incurably scattered, various, and divided, and it is to quite other links and forces, it seems to me, than fiscal or military unification that we who desire its continuance must look to hold it together. There was never anything like it before. Essentially, it is an adventure of the British spirit, sanguine, discursive, and beyond comparison insubordinate, adaptable, and originating. It has been made by odd and irregular means, by trading companies, pioneers, explorers, unauthorized seamen, adventurers like Clive, eccentrics like Gordon, invalids like Rhodes. It has been made, in spite of authority and officialdom, as no other empire was ever made. The nominal rulers of Britain never planned it. It happened almost in spite of them. Their chief contribution to its history has been the loss of the United States. It is a living thing that has arisen, not a dead thing put together. Beneath the thin legal and administrative ties that hold it together lies the far more vital bond of a traditional free, spontaneous activity. It is a common medium of expression in the English tongue, a unity of liberal and tolerant purpose amidst its enormous variety of localized life and color. And it is in the development and strengthening, the enrichment, the endearing more conscious and more purposeful of that broad creative spirit of the British that the true cement and continuance of our empire is to be found. The empire must live by the forces that begot it. It cannot hope to give any such exclusive prosperity as a Zollverein might afford. It can hold out no hopes of collective conquests and triumphs. Its utmost military role must be the guaranteeing of a common, inaggressive security. But it can, if it is to survive, it must give all its constituent parts such a civilization as none of them could achieve alone. A civilization, a wealth and fullness of life increasing and developing with the years. Through that, and that alone, can it be made worth having and worth saving. And in the first place, the whole empire must use the English language. I do not mean that any language must be stamped out, that 1,000 languages may not flourish by board and cradle, and in folk songs and village gossip. Erse the Tull, 100 Indian and other Eastern tongues, Canadian French, but I mean that also English must be available, that everywhere there must be English teaching. And everyone who wants to read science or history or philosophy, to come out of the village life into wider thoughts and broader horizons, to gain appreciation in art, must find ready to hand, easily attainable in English, all there is to know and all that has been said thereon. It is worth 100 dreadnoughts and 1,000,000 soldiers to the empire that wherever the imperial posts reach, wherever there is a curious or receptive mind, there, in English, and by the imperial connection, the full thought of the race should come. To the lonely youth upon the New Zealand sheep farm, to the young Hindu, to the trapper under a Labrador tilt, to the half-breed assistant at a Burmese oil well, to the self-educating Scottish miner or the Egyptian clerk, the empire and the English language should exist, visibly and certainly, as the media by which his spirit escapes from his immediate surroundings and all the urgencies of every day into a limitless fellowship of thought and beauty. Now, I am not writing this in any vague, rhetorical way. I mean specifically that our empire has to become the medium of knowledge and thought to every intelligent person in it, or that it is bound to go to pieces. It has no economic, no military, no racial, no religious unity. Its only conceivable unity is a unity of language and purpose and outlook. If it is not held together by thought and spirit, it cannot be held together. No other cement exists that can hold it together indefinitely. Not only English literature, but all other literatures well translated into English, and all science and all philosophy have to be brought within the reach of everyone capable of availing themselves of such reading. And this must be done not by private enterprise or for gain, but as an imperial function. Wherever the empire extends, there its presence must signify all that breadth of thought and outlook no localized life can supply. Only so is it possible to establish and maintain the wide understandings, the common sympathy necessary to our continued association. The empire, mediately or immediately, must become the universal educator, newsagent, book distributor, civilizer general, and vehicle of imaginative inspiration for its peoples, or else it must submit to the gravitation of its various parts to new and more invigorating associations. No empire, it may be urged, has ever attempted anything of this sort, but no empire like the British has ever yet existed. Its conditions and needs are unprecedented. Its consolidation is a new problem, to be solved, if it is solved at all, by untried means. And in the English language, as a vehicle of thought and civilization alone, is that means to be found. Now, it is idle to pretend that at the present time the British Empire is giving its constituent peoples any such high and rewarding civilization as I am here suggesting. It gives them a certain immunity from warfare, a penny post, an occasional spectacular coronation, a few knighthoods and peerages, and the services of an honest, unsympathetic, narrow-minded, and unattractive officialism. No adequate effort is being made to render the English language universal throughout its limits, none at all to use it as a medium of thought and enlightenment. Half the good things of the human mind are outside English altogether, and there is not sufficient intelligence among us to desire to bring them in. If one would read honest and able criticism, one must learn French. If one would be abreast of scientific knowledge and philosophical thought, or see many good plays or understand the contemporary European mind, German. And yet it would cost amazingly little to get every good foreign thing done into English as it appeared. It needs only a little understanding and a little organization to ensure the immediate translation of every significant article, every scientific paper of the slightest value. The effort and arrangement needed to make books, facilities for research, and all forms of art accessible throughout the empire would be altogether trivial in proportion to the consolidation it would effect. But English people do not understand these things. Their empire is an accident. It was made for them by their exceptional and outcast men, and in the end it will be lost, I fear, by the intellectual inertness of their commonplace and dull-minded leaders. Empire has happened to them, and civilization has happened to them, as fresh lettuces come to tame rabbits. They do not understand how they got, and they will not understand how to keep. Art, thought, literature, all indeed that raises men above locality and habit, all that can justify and consolidate the empire, is nothing to them. They are provincials mocked by a world-wide opportunity, the stupid legatees of a great generation of exiles. They go out of town for the shoot-in, and come back for the fooleries of Parliament, and to see what the censor has left of our playwrights, and Sir Jessie Boot of our writers, and to dine in restaurants and wear clothes. Mostly they call themselves imperialists, which is just their harmless way of expressing their satisfaction with things as they are. In practice, their imperialism resolves itself into a vigorous resistance to taxation and an ill-concealed hostility to education. It matters nothing to them that the whole next generation of Canadians has drawn its ideas mainly from American publications, that India and Egypt, in despite of sounder mental nourishment, have developed their own vernacular press, that Australia and New Zealand even now gravitate to America for books and thought. It matters nothing to them that the poverty and insularity of our intellectual life has turned American art to France and Italy, and the American universities towards Germany. The slow starvation and decline of our philosophy and science, the decadence of British invention and enterprise, troubles them not at all, because they fail to connect these things with the tangible facts of empire. The world cannot wait for the English, and the sands of our imperial opportunity twirl through the neck of the hourglass. The Labour Unrest, May 1912. Section 1. Our country is, I think, in a dangerous state of social disturbance. The discontent of the labouring mass of the community is deep and increasing. It may be that we are in the opening phase of a real and irreparable class war. Since the coronation, we have moved very rapidly indeed from an assurance of extreme social stability towards the recognition of a spreading disorganization. It is idle to pretend any longer that these labour troubles are the mere give and take of economic adjustment. No adjustment is in progress. News and strange urgencies are at work in our midst, forces for which the word revolutionary is only too faithfully appropriate. Nothing is being done to allay these forces. Everything conspires to exasperate them. Whither are these forces taking us? What can still be done, and what has to be done to avoid the phase of social destruction to which we seem to be drifting? Hitherto, in Great Britain at any rate, the working man has shown himself a being of the most limited and practical outlook. His narrowness of imagination, his lack of general ideas, has been the despair of the socialist and of every sort of revolutionary theorist. He may have struck before, but only for definite increments of wages or definite limitations of toil. His acceptance of the industrial system and its methods has been as complete and unquestioning as his acceptance of earth and sky. Now, with an effect of suddenness, this ceases to be the case. A new generation of workers is seen replacing the old, workers of a quality unfamiliar to the middle-aged and elderly men who still manage our great businesses and political affairs. The worker is beginning now to strike for unprecedented ends, against the system, against the fundamental conditions of labour, to strike for no defined ends at all, perplexingly and disconcertingly. The old-fashioned strike was a method of bargaining, clumsy and violent perhaps, but bargaining still. The new-fashioned strike is far less of a haggle, far more of a display of temper. The first thing that has to be realized if the labour question is to be understood at all is this, that the temper of labour has changed altogether in the last 20 or 30 years. Essentially, that is a change due to intelligence not merely increased, but greatly stimulated, to the work, that is, of the board schools and of the cheap press. The outlook of the workman has passed beyond the works and his beer and his dog. He has become, or rather, he has been replaced by, a being of eyes, however imperfect, and of criticism, however hasty and unjust. The working man of today reads, talks, has general ideas and a sense of the round world. He is far nearer to the ruler of today in knowledge and intellectual range than he is to the working man of 50 years ago. The politician or business magnate of today is no better educated and very little better informed than his equals were 50 years ago. The chief difference is golf. The working man questions 1,000 things his father accepted as in the very nature of the world, and among others he begins to ask with the utmost alertness and persistence why it is that he in particular is expected to toil. The answer, the only justifiable answer, should be that that is the work for which he is fitted by his inferior capacity and culture, that these others are a special and select sort, very specially trained and prepared for their responsibilities, and that at once brings this new fact of a working-class criticism of social values into play. The old workman might and did quarrel very vigorously with his specific employer, but he never set out to arraign all employers. He took the law and the church and statecraft and politics for the higher and noble things they claimed to be. He wanted an extra shilling or he wanted an hour of leisure, and that was as much as he wanted. The young workman, on the other hand, has put the whole social system upon its trial, and seems quite disposed to give an adverse verdict. He looks far beyond the older conflict of interests between employer and employed. He criticizes the good intentions of the whole system of governing an influential people, and not only their good intentions, but their ability. These are the new conditions, and the middle-aged and elderly gentlemen who are dealing with the crisis on the supposition that their vast experience of labour questions in the 70s and 80s furnishes valuable guidance in this present issue are merely bringing the gunpowder of misapprehension to the revolutionary fort. The workman of the new generation is full of distrust, the most demoralizing of social influences. He is like a sailor who believes no longer either in the good faith or seamanship of his captain, and between desperation and contempt, contemplates vaguely but persistently the assumption of control by a collective forecastle. He is like a private soldier obsessed with the idea that nothing can save the situation but the death of an incompetent officer. His distrust is so profound that he ceases not only to believe in the employer, but he ceases to believe in the law, ceases to believe in Parliament, as a means to that tolerable life he desires, and he falls back steadily upon his last resource of a strike and, if by repressive tactics we make it so, a criminal strike. The central fact of all this present trouble is that distrust. There is only one way in which our present drift towards revolution or revolutionary disorder can be arrested, and that is by restoring the confidence of these alienated millions who visibly now are changing from loyalty to the crown, from a simple patriotism, from habitual industry, to the more and more effective expression of a deepening resentment. This is a psychological question, a matter of mental states. Feats of legal subtlety are inopportune, arithmetical exploits still more so. To emerge with a sum of 4 shillings and 6.5 pence as a minimum, by calculating on the basis of the mine's present earnings, from a conference from which the miners and everybody else imagined was to give a minimum of 5 shillings, may be clever, but it is certainly not politic in the present stage of labour feeling. To stamp violently upon obscure newspapers nobody had heard of before, and send a printer to prison, and to give thereby a flaming advertisement to the possible use of soldiers in civil conflicts, and set every barrack-room talking, may be permissible, but it is certainly very ill-advised. The distrust deepens. The real task before a governing class that means to go on governing is not just at present to get the better of an argument or the best of a bargain, but to lay hold of the imaginations of this drifting, sullen, and suspicious multitude, which is the working body of the country. What we prosperous people, who have nearly all the good things of life and most of the opportunity, have to do now is to justify ourselves. We have to show that we are indeed responsible and serviceable, willing to give ourselves, and to give ourselves generously for what we have and what we have had. We have to meet the challenge of this distrust. The slack days for rulers and owners are over. If there are still to be rulers and owners and managing and governing people, then in the face of the new masses, sensitive, intelligent, critical, irritable, as no common people have ever been before, these rulers and owners must be prepared to make themselves and display themselves wise, capable, and heroic, beyond any aristocratic precedent. The alternative, if it is an alternative, is resignation to the social democracy. And it is just because we are all beginning to realize the immense need for this heroic quality in those who rule and are rich and powerful, as the response and corrective to these distrusts and jealousies that are threatening to disintegrate our social order, that we have all followed the details of this great catastrophe in the Atlantic with such intense solitude. It was one of those accidents that happen with a precision of time and circumstance that outdoes art. Not an incident in it all that was not supremely typical. It was the penetrating comment of chance upon our entire social situation. Beneath a surface of magnificent efficiency was slapdash. The third-class passengers had placed themselves on board with an infinite confidence in the care that was to be taken of them, and they went down. And most of their women and children went down with the cry of those who find themselves cheated out of life. In the unfolding record of behavior, it is the stewardesses and bandsmen and engineers, persons of the trade union class, who shine as brightly as any. And by the supreme artistry of chance, it fell to the lot of that tragic and unhappy gentleman, Mr. Bruce Ismay, to be aboard and to be caught by the urgent vacancy in the boat and the snare of the moment. No untried man dare say that he would have behaved better in his place. He escaped. He thought it natural to escape. His class thinks it was right and proper that he did escape. It is not the man I would criticize, but the manifest absence of any such sense of the supreme dignity of his position as would have sustained him in that crisis. He was a rich man and a ruling man, but in the test he was not a proud man. In the common man's realization that such is indeed the case with most of those who dominate our world lies the true cause and danger of our social indiscipline. And the remedy, in the first place, lies not in social legislation and so forth, but in the consciences of the wealthy. Heroism and a generous devotion to the common good are the only effective answer to distrust. If such dominating people cannot produce these qualities, there will have to be an end to them, and the world must turn to some entirely different method of direction. Section 2. The essential trouble in our growing labour disorder is the profound distrust which has grown up in the minds of the new generation of workers of either the ability or the good faith of the property-owning, ruling and directing class. I do not attempt to judge the justice or not of this distrust. I merely point to its existence as one of the striking and essential factors in the contemporary labour situation. This distrust is not, perhaps, the proximate cause of the strikes that now follow each other so disconcertingly, but it embitters their spirit, it prevents their settlement, and leads to their renewal. I have tried to suggest that whatever immediate devices for pacification might be employed, the only way to a better understanding and cooperation, the only escape from a social slide towards the unknown possibilities of social democracy, lies in an exaltation of the standard of achievement and of the sense of responsibility in the possessing and governing classes. It is not so much "Wake up, England," that I would say, as "Wake up, gentlemen." For the new generation of the workers is beyond all question quite alarmingly awake and critical and angry. And they have not merely to wake up, They have to wake up visibly and ostentatiously if those old class reliances on which our system is based are to be preserved and restored. We need, before anything else, a restoration of class confidence. It is a time when class should speak with class very frankly. There is too much facile misrepresentation, too ready a disposition on either side to accept caricatures as portraits and charges as facts. However tacit our understandings were in the past, with this new kind of labour, this young, restive labour of the 20th century, which can read, discuss, and combine, we need something in the nature of a social contract. And it is when one comes to consider by what possible means these suspicious third-class passengers in our leaking and imperilled social liner can be brought into generous cooperation with the second and the first that one discovers just how lamentably out of date and out of order our political institutions, which should supply the means for just this interclass discussion, have become. Between the busy and preoccupied owning and employing class on the one hand, and the distressed, uneasy masses on the other, intervenes the professional politician, not as a mediator, but as an obstacle, who must be propitiated before any dealings are possible. Our national politics no longer express the realities of the national life. They are a mere impediment in the speech of the community. With our whole social order in danger, our legislature is busy over the trivial little affairs of the Welsh-established church, whose endowment probably is not equal to the fortune of any one of 6 Titanic passengers, or a tithe of the probable loss of another strike among the miners. We have a legislature almost antiquarian, compiling a museum of Gladstonian legacies rather than governing our world today. Law is the basis of civilization, but the lawyer is the law's consequence, and, with us at least, the legal profession is the political profession. It delights in false issues and merely technical politics. Steadily, with the ascendancy of the House of Commons, the barristers have ousted other types of men from political power. The decline of the House of Lords has been the last triumph of the House of Lawyers, and we are governed now to a large extent not so much by the people for the people as by the barristers for the barristers. They set the tone of political life. And since they are the most specialized, the most specifically trained of all the professions, since their training is absolutely antagonistic to the creative impulses of the constructive artist and the controlled experiments of the scientific man, since the business is with evidence and advantages, and the skillful use of evidence and advantages, and not with understanding, they are the least statesmanlike of all educated men, and they give our public life a tone as hopelessly discordant with our very great and urgent social needs as one could well imagine. They do not want to deal at all with great and urgent social needs. They play a game, a long and interesting game, with parties as sides, a game that rewards the industrious player with prominence, place, power, and great rewards, and the less that game involves the passionate interests of other men, the less it draws them into participation and angry interference, the better for the steady development of the politician's career. A distinguished and active fruitlessness, leaving the world at last as he found it, is the political barrister's ideal career. To achieve that, he must maintain legal and political monopolies, and prevent the invasion of political life by living interests. And so far as he has any views about labour beyond the margin of his brief, the barrister-politician seems to regard getting men back to work on any terms, and as soon as possible, as the highest good. And it is with such men that our insurgent modern labour, with its vaguely apprehended wants, its large occasions, and its rapid emotional reactions, comes into contact directly it attempts to adjust itself in the social body. It is one of the main factors in the progressive embitterment of the labour situation that whatever business is afoot, arbitration, conciliation, inquiry, our contemporary system presents itself to labour most invariably in a legal guise. The natural infirmities of humanity rebel against any unimaginative legality of attitude, and the common work-day man has no more love for this great and necessary profession today than he had in the time of Jack Cade. Little reasonable things from the lawyer's points of view, the rejection, for example, of certain evidence in the Titanic inquiry because it might amount to a charge of manslaughter, the constant interruption and checking of a Labour representative at the same tribunal upon trivial points, irritate quite disproportionately. Lawyer and working man are antipathetic types, and it is a very grave national misfortune that at this time, when our situation calls aloud for statecraft and a certain greatness of treatment, our public life should be dominated, as it has never been dominated before, by this most able and illiberal profession. Now, for that great multitude of prosperous people who find themselves at once deeply concerned in our present social and economic crisis, and either helplessly entangled in party organization or helplessly outside politics, the elimination and cure of this disease of statecraft, the professional politician, has become a very urgent matter. To destroy him, to get him back to his law courts and keep him there, it is necessary to destroy the machinery of the party system that sustains him, and to adopt some electoral method that will no longer put the independent representative man at a hopeless disadvantage against the party nominee. Such a method is to be found in proportional representation with large constituencies, and to that we must look for our ultimate liberation from our present masters, these politician barristers. But the Labour situation cannot wait for this millennial release, and for the current issue it seems to me patent that every reasonable prosperous man will, even at the cost to himself of some trouble and hard thinking, do his best to keep as much of this great and acute controversy as he possibly can out of the lawyers' and mere politicians' hands and in his own. Leave Labour to the lawyers, and we shall go very deeply into trouble indeed before this business is over. They will score their points, they will achieve remarkable agreements, full of the possibility of subsequent surprises, they will make reputations, and do everything heaven and the professional training have made them to do, and they will exasperate and exasperate. Lawyers made the first French Revolution, and now, on a different side, they may yet bring about an English one. These men below there are still, as a class, wonderfully patient and reasonable, quite prepared to take orders and recognize superior knowledge, wisdom, and nobility. They make the most reasonable claims for a tolerable life, for certain assurances and certain latitudes. Implicit rather than expressed is their demand for wisdom and right direction from those to whom the great surplus and freedom of civilization are given. It is an entirely reasonable demand if man is indeed a social animal. But we have got to treat them fairly and openly. This patience and reasonableness and willingness for leadership is not limitless. It is no good scoring our mean little points, for example, and accusing them of breach of contract and all sorts of theoretical wrongs because they won't abide by agreements to accept a certain scale of wages when the purchasing power of money has declined. When they made that agreement, they did not think of that possibility. When they said £1, they thought of what was then a pound's worth of living. The Mint has since been increasing its annual output of gold coins to 2 or 3 times the former amount, and we have, as it were, debased the coinage with extraordinary quantities of gold. But we who know and own did nothing to adjust that. We did not tell the working man of that. We have let him find it out slowly and indirectly at the grocer's shop. That may be permissible from the lawyer's point of view, but it certainly isn't from the gentleman's, and it is only by the plea that its inequalities give society a gentleman that our present social system can claim to endure. I would like to accentuate that, because if we are to emerge again from these acute social dissensions a reunited and powerful people, there has to be a change of tone, a new generosity on the part of those who deal with Labour speeches, Labour literature, Labour representatives, and Labour claims. Labour is necessarily at an enormous disadvantage in discussion. In spite of a tremendous inferiority in training and education, it is trying to tell the community its conception of its needs and purposes. It is not only young as a participator in the discussion of affairs, it is actually young. The average working man is not half the age of the ripe politicians and judges and lawyers and wealthy organizers who trip him up legally, accuse him of bad faith, mark his every inconsistency. It isn't becoming so to use our forensic advantages. It isn't. If that has no appeal to you, wise. The thing our society has most to fear from Labour is not organized resistance, not victorious strikes and raised conditions, but the black resentment that follows defeat. Meet Labour halfway, and you will find a new cooperation in government. Stick to your legal rights, draw the net of repressive legislation tighter, then you will presently have to deal with Labour enraged. If the anger burns free, that means revolution. If you crush out the hope of that, then sabotage and a sullen general sympathy for anarchistic crime. Section 3. In the preceding pages I have discussed certain aspects of the present Labour situation. I have tried to show the profound significance in this discussion of the distrust which has grown up in the minds of the workers, and how this distrust is being exacerbated by our entirely too forensic method of treating their claims. I want now to point out a still more powerful set of influences which is steadily turning our labour struggles from mere attempts to adjust hours and wages into movements that are gravely and deliberately revolutionary. This is the obvious devotion of a large and growing proportion of the time and energy of the owning and ruling classes to pleasure and excitement, and the way in which this spectacle of amusement and adventure is now being brought before the eyes and into the imagination of the working man. The intimate psychology of work is a thing altogether too little considered and discussed. One asks, what keeps a workman working properly at his work? And it seems a sufficient answer to say that it is the need of getting a living. But that is not the complete answer. Work must, to some extent, interest. If it bores, no power on earth will keep a man doing it properly. And the tendency of modern industrialism has been to subdivide processes and make work more boring and irksome. Also, the workman must be satisfied with the living he is getting, and the tendency of newspaper, theatre, cinematograph show, and so forth is to fill his mind with ideas of ways of living infinitely more agreeable and interesting than his own. Habit also counts very largely in the regular return of the man to his job, and the fluctuations of employment, the failure of the employing class to provide any alternative to idleness during slack time break that habit of industry. And then, last but not least, there is self-respect. Men and women are capable of wonders of self-discipline and effort if they feel that theirs is a meritorious service, if they imagine the thing they are doing is the thing they ought to do. A miner will cut coal in a different spirit and with a fading zest if he knows his day's output is to be burnt to waste secretly by a lunatic. Man is a social animal. Few men are naturally social rebels, and most will toil very cheerfully in subordination if they feel that the collective end is a fine thing and a great thing. Now, this force of self-respect is much more acutely present in the mind of the modern worker than it was in the thought of his fathers. He is intellectually more active than his predecessors. His imagination is relatively stimulated. He asks wide questions. The worker of a former generation took himself for granted. It is a new phase, when the toilers begin to ask, not one man here or there, but in masses, in battalions, in trades. Why then are we toilers, and for what is it that we toil? What answer do we give them? I ask the reader to put himself in the place of a good workman, a young, capable miner, let us say, in search of an answer to that question. He is, we will suppose, temporarily unemployed through the production of a glut of coal, and he goes about the world trying to see the fine and noble collective achievements that justify the devotion of his whole life to humble toil. I ask the reader, what have we got to show that man? What are we doing up in the light and air that justifies our demand that he should go on hewing in narrow seams and cramped corners until he can hew no more? Where is he to be taken to see these crowning fruits of our release from toil? Shall we take him to the House of Commons to note which of the barristers is making most headway over Welsh disestablishment, or shall we take him to the Titanic Inquiry to hear the latest about those 55 third-class children out of 83 who were drowned? Shall we give him an hour or so among the portraits of the Royal Academy, or shall we make an enthusiastic tour of London sculpture and architecture and saturate his soul with the beauty he makes possible? The Automobile Club, for example. Without you and your subordination we could not have had that. Or suppose we took him the round of the West End clubs and restaurants, and made him estimate how many dinners London can produce at a pinch at the price of his local daily minimum, say, and upward, or borrow an aeroplane at Hendon and soar about counting all the golfers in the home counties on any weekday afternoon. You suffer at the roots of things far below there, but see all this nobility and splendor, these sweet, bright flowers to which your rootlet life contributes. Or we might spend a pleasant morning trying to get a passable woman's hat for the price of his average weekly wages in some West End shop. But indeed, this thing is actually happening. The older type of miner was illiterate, incurious, he read nothing, lived his own life, and if he had any intellectual and spiritual urgencies in him beyond eating and drinking and dog-fighting, the local little Bethel shunted them away from any effective social criticism. The new generation of miners is on an altogether different basis. It is at once less brutal and less spiritual. It is alert, informed, sceptical, and the press, with photographic illustrations, the cinema, and a score of collateral forces, are giving it precisely that spectacular view of luxury, amusement, aimlessness, and excitement, taunting it with just that suggestion that it is for that and that alone that the worker's back aches and his muscles strain. Whatever gravity and spaciousness of aim there may be in our preposterous social life does not appear to him. He sees, and he sees all the more brightly because he is looking at it out of toil and darkness, the glitter, the delight for delight's sake, the show and the pride and the folly. Cannot you understand how it is that these young men down there in the hot and dangerous and toilsome and inglorious places of life are beginning to cry out, "We are being made fools of," and to fling down their tools, and cannot you see how futile it is to dream that Mr. Asquith or some other politician, by some trick of a conciliation act or some claptrap of compulsory arbitration, or that any belated suppression of discussion and strike organizations by the law will avert this gathering storm? The spectacle of pleasure, the parade of clothes, estates, motor cars, luxury and vanity in the sight of the workers is the culminating irritant of labour. So long as that goes on, this sombre resolve to which we are all awakening, this sombre resolve rather to wreck the whole fabric than to continue patiently at work, will gather strength. It does not matter that such a resolve is hopeless and unseasonable. We are dealing here with the profounder impulses that underlie reason. Crush this resentment. It will recur with accumulated strength. It does not matter that there is no plan in existence for any kind of social order that could be set up in the place of our present system, no plan, that is, that will endure half an hour's practical criticism. The cardinal fact before us is that the workers do not intend to stand things as they are, and that no clever arguments, no expert handling of legal points, no ingenious appearances of concession will stay that progressive embitterment. But I think I have said enough to express and perhaps convey my conviction that our present labour troubles are unprecedented, and that they mean the end of an epoch. The supply of good-tempered, cheap labour, upon which the fabric of our contemporary ease and comfort is erected, is giving out. The spirit of information and the means of presentation in every class, and the increase of luxury and self-indulgence in the prosperous classes are the chief cause of that. In the place of that old convenient labour comes a new sort of labour, reluctant, resentful, critical, and suspicious. The replacement has already gone so far, as I am certain, that attempts to baffle and coerce the workers back to their old conditions must inevitably lead to a series of increasingly destructive outbreaks, to stresses and disorder culminating in revolution. It is useless to dream of going on now for much longer upon the old lines. Our civilization, if it is not to enter upon a phase of conflict and decay, must begin to adapt itself to the new conditions, of which the first and foremost is that the wages-earning labouring class, as a distinctive class, consenting to a distinctive treatment and accepting life at a disadvantage, is going to disappear. Whether we do it soon as the result of our reflections upon the present situation, or whether we do it presently through the impoverishment that must necessarily result from a lengthening period of industrial unrest, there can be little doubt that we are going to curtail very considerably the current extravagance of the spending and directing classes upon food, clothing, display, and all the luxuries of life. The phase of affluence is over, and unless we are to be the mere passive spectators of an unprecedented reduction of our lives, all of us who have leisure and opportunity have to set ourselves very strenuously to the problem, not of reconciling ourselves to the wage earners, for that possibility is over, but of establishing a new method of cooperation with those who seem to be definitely decided not to remain wage earners for very much longer. We have, as sensible people, to realize that the old arrangement which has given us of the fortunate minority so much leisure, luxury, and abundance, advantages we have as a class put to so vulgar and unprofitable a use, is breaking down, and that we have to discover a new, more equable way of getting the world's work done. Certain things stand out pretty obviously. It is clear that in the times ahead of us there must be more economy in giving trouble and causing work, a greater willingness to do work for ourselves, a great economy of labour through machinery and skilful management. So much is unavoidable if we are to meet these enlarged requirements upon which the insurgent worker insists. If we, who have at least some experience of affairs, who own property, manage businesses, and discuss and influence public organization, if we are not prepared to undertake this work of discipline and adaptation for ourselves, then a time is not far distant when insurrectionary leaders, calling themselves socialists or syndicalists or what not, men with none of our experience, little of our knowledge, and far less hope of success, will take that task out of our hands. Footnote 1. Larkinism comes to endorse me since this was written. We have, in fact, to pull ourselves together, as the phrase goes, and make an end to all this slack, extravagant living, this spectacle of pleasure that has been spreading and intensifying in every civilized community for the last 3 or 4 decades. What is happening to labour is indeed, from one point of view, little else than the correlative of what has been happening to the more prosperous classes in the community. They have lost their self-discipline, their gravity, their sense of high aims. They have become the victims of their advantages, and labour, grown observant and intelligent, has discovered itself and declares itself no longer subordinate. Just what powers of recovery and reconstruction our system may have under these circumstances, the decades immediately before us will show. Section 4. Let us try to anticipate some of the social developments that are likely to spring out of the present labour situation. It is quite conceivable, of course, that what lies before us is not development but disorder. Given sufficient suspicion on one side and sufficient obstinacy and trickery on the other, it may be impossible to restore social peace in any form, and industrialism may degenerate into a wasteful and incurable conflict. But that distressful possibility is the worst and perhaps the least probable of many. It is much more acceptable to suppose that our social order will be able to adjust itself to the new outlook and temper and quality of the labour stratum that elementary education, a press very cheap and free, and a period of great general affluence have brought about. One almost inevitable feature of any such adaptation will be a changed spirit in the general body of society. We have come to a serious condition of our affairs, and we shall not get them into order again without a thorough bracing up of ourselves in the process. There can be no doubt that for a large portion of our comfortable classes existence has been altogether too easy for the last lifetime or so. The great bulk of the world's work has been done out of their sight and knowledge. It has seemed unnecessary to trouble much about the general conduct of things, unnecessary, as they say, to take life too seriously. This has not made them so much vicious as slack, lazy, and overconfident. There has been an elaboration of trivial things and a neglect of troublesome and important things. The one grave shock of the Boer War has long been explained and sentimentalized away. But it will not be so easy to explain away a dislocated train service and an empty coal cellar as it was to get a favourable interpretation upon some demonstration of national incompetence half the world away. It is indeed no disaster, but a matter for sincere congratulation that the British prosperous and the British successful, to whom warning after warning has rained in vain from the days of Ruskin, Carlyle, Matthew Arnold, should be called to account at last in their own household. They will grumble, they will be very angry, but in the end, I believe, they will rise to the opportunities of their inconvenience. They will shake off their intellectual lassitude, take over again the public and private affairs they have come to leave so largely in the hands of the political barrister and the family solicitor, become keen and critical and constructive, bring themselves up to date again. That is not, of course, inevitable, but I am taking now the more hopeful view. And then, what sort of working arrangements are our renascent owning and directing classes likely to make with the new labouring class? How is the work going to be done in the harder, cleaner, more equalized and better managed state that, in one's hopeful mood, one sees ahead of us? Now, after the experiences of the past 12 months, it is obvious that the days when most of the directed and inferior work of the community will be done by intermittently employed and impecunious wage earners is drawing to an end. A large part of the task of reconstruction ahead of us will consist in the working out of schemes for a more permanent type of employment and for a direct participation of the worker in the pride, profits, and direction of the work. Such schemes admit of wide variations between a mere bonus system, a periodic tipping of the employees to prevent their striking, and a real and honest co-partnery. In the latter case, a great enterprise, forced to consider its hands as being also in their degree heads, would include a department of technical and business instruction for its own people. From such ideas, One passes very readily to the conception of guild-managed businesses in which the factor of capital would no longer stand out as an element distinct from and contrasted with the proprietorship of the workers. One sees the worker as an active and intelligent helper during the great portion of his participation, and as an annuitant, and perhaps, if he has devised economies and improvements, a receiver of royalties during his declining years. And concurrently with the systematic reconstruction of a large portion of our industries upon these lines, there will have to be a vigorous development of the attempts that are already being made in garden cities, garden suburbs, and the like, to rehouse the mass of our population in a more civilized and more agreeable manner. Probably that is not going to pay from the point of view of the money-making businesses man, but we prosperous people have to understand that there are things more important and more profitable than money-making, and we have to tax ourselves not merely in money, but in time, care, and effort in the matter. Half the money that goes out of England to Switzerland and the Riviera ought to go to the extremely amusing business of clearing up ugly corners and building jolly and convenient workmen's cottages, even if we do it at a loss. It is part of our discharge for the leisure and advantages the system has given us, part of that just give and take, over and above the solicitors and bargain hunters and money-lenders' conception of justice, upon which social order ultimately rests. We have to do it not in a mood of patronage, but in a mood of attentive solicitude. If not on high grounds, then on low grounds, our class has to set to work and make those other classes more interested and comfortable and contented. It is what we are for. It is quite impossible for workmen and poor people generally to plan estates and arrange their own homes. They are entirely at the mercy of the wealthy in this matter. There is not a slum, not a hovel, not an eyesore upon the English landscape for which some well-off owner is not ultimately to be blamed or excused, and the less we leave of such things about the better for us in that day of reckoning between class and class which now draws so near. It is as plain now as the way from Calais to Paris that if the owning class does not attend to these amenities, the mass of the people, doing its best to manage the thing through the politicians, presently will. They may make a frightful mess of it, but that will never bring back things again into the hands that hold them and neglect them. Their time will have passed forever. But these are the mere opening requirements of this hope of mine of a quickened social consciousness. Among the more fortunate and leisurely section of the community, I believe that much profounder changes in the conditions of labour are possible than those I have suggested. I am beginning to suspect that scarcely any of our preconceptions about the way work must be done, about the hours of work and the habits of work, will stand an exhaustive scientific analysis. It is at least conceivable that we could get much of the work that has to be done to keep our community going in far more toil-starving and life-saving ways than we follow at the present time. So far, scientific men have done scarcely anything to estimate under what conditions a man works best, does most work, works most happily. Suppose it turns out to be the case that a man always following one occupation throughout his lifetime, working regularly day after day for so many hours, as most wage earners do at the present time, does not do nearly as so much or nearly so well as he would do if he followed first one occupation and then another, or if he worked as hard as he possibly could for a definite period and then took holiday. I suspect very strongly, indeed I am convinced, that in certain occupations, teaching, for example, or surgery, a man begins by working clumsily and awkwardly, that his interest and skill rise rapidly, that if he is really well suited in his profession, he may presently become intensely interested and capable of enormous quantities of his very best work, and that then his interest and vigour rapidly decline. I am disposed to believe that this is true of most occupations, of coal mining, or engineering, or bricklaying, or cotton spinning. The thing has never been properly thought about. Our civilization has grown up in a haphazard kind of way, and it has been convenient to specialize workers and employ them piecemeal. But if it is true that in respect of any occupation a man has his period of maximum efficiency, then we open up a whole world of new social possibilities. What we really want from a man for our social welfare in that case is not regular continuing work, but a few strenuous years of high-pressure service. We can, as a community, afford to keep him longer at education and training before he begins, and we can release him with a pension while he is still full of life and the capacity for enjoying freedom. But obviously, this is impossible upon any basis of weekly wages and intermittent employment. We must be handling affairs in some such more comprehensive way than that before we can take and deal with the working life of a man as one complete whole. That is one possibility that is frequently in my thoughts about the present labour crisis. There is another, and that is the great desirability of every class in the community having a practical knowledge of what labour means. There is a vast amount of work which either is now or is likely to be in the future within the domain of the public administration. Road-making, mining, railway work, post office and telephone work, medical work, nursing, a considerable amount of building, for example. Why should we employ people to do the bulk of these things at all? Why should we not as a community do them ourselves? Why, in other words, should we not have a labour conscription and take a year or so of service from everyone in the community, high or low? I believe this would be of enormous moral benefit to our strained and relaxed community. I believe that in making labour a part of everyone's life and the whole of nobody's life lies the ultimate solution of these industrial difficulties. Section 5. It is almost a national boast that we muddle through our troubles, and I suppose it is true and to our credit that by virtue of a certain kindliness of temper, a humorous willingness to make the best of things, and an entirely amiable forgetfulness, we do come out of pressures and extremities that would smash a harder, more brittle people only a little chipped and damaged. And it is quite conceivable that our country will, in a measure, survive the enormous stresses of labour adjustment that are now upon us, even if it never rises to any heroic struggle against these difficulties. But it may survive as a lesser country, as an impoverished and second-rate country. It will certainly do no more than that, if in any part of the world there is to be found a people capable of taking up this gigantic question in a greater spirit. Perhaps there is no such people, and the conflicts and muddles before us will be world-wide. Or suppose that it falls to our country in some strange way to develop a new courage and enterprise, and to be the first to go forward into this new phase of civilization. I foresee from which a distinctive labouring class, a class that is of expropriated wage earners, will have almost completely disappeared. Now, hitherto, the utmost that any state, overtaken by social and economic stresses, has ever achieved in the way of adapting itself to them has been no more than patching. Individuals and groups and trades have found themselves in imperfectly apprehended and difficult times, and have reluctantly altered their ways and ideas piecemeal under pressure. Sometimes they have succeeded in rubbing along upon the new lines, and sometimes the struggle has submerged them, but no community has ever yet had the will and the imagination to recast and radically alter its social methods as a whole. The idea of such a reconstruction has never been absent from human thought since the days of Plato, and it has been enormously reinforced by the spreading material successes of modern science, successes due always to the substitution of analysis and reasoned planning for trial and the rule of thumb. But it has never yet been so believed in and understood as to render any real endeavour to reconstruct possible. The experiment has always been altogether too gigantic for the available faith behind it, and there have been against it the fear of presumption, the interests of all advantaged people, and the natural sloth of humanity. We do but emerge now from a period of deliberate happy-go-lucky and the influence of Herbert Spencer, who came near raising public shiftlessness to the dignity of a national philosophy. Everything would adjust itself if only it was left alone. Yet some things there are that cannot be done by small adjustments, such as leaping chasms, or killing an ox, or escaping from the roof of a burning house. You have to decide upon a certain course on such occasions and maintain a continuous movement. If you wait on the burning house until you scorch and then turn around a bit or move away a yard or so, or if on the verge of a chasm you move a little in the way in which you wish to go, disaster will punish your moderation. And it seems to me that the establishment of the world's work upon a new basis, and that and no less is what this labor unrest demands for its pacification, is just one of those large alterations which will never be made by the collectively unconscious activities of men, by competitions and survival and the higgling of the market. Humanity is rebelling against the continuing existence of a labor class as such, and I can see no way by which our present method of weekly wages employment can change by imperceptible increments into a method of salary and pension, for it is quite evident that only by reaching that shall we reach the end of these present discontents. The change has to be made on a comprehensive scale or not at all. We need nothing less than a national plan of social development if the thing is to be achieved. Now that, I admit, is, as the Americans say, a large proposition. But we are living in a time of more and more comprehensive plans, and the mere fact that no scheme so extensive has ever been tried before is no reason at all why we should not consider one. We think nowadays quite serenely of schemes for the treatment of the nation's health as one whole, where our fathers considered illness as a blend of accident with special providences. We have systematized the community's water supply, education, and all sorts of once chaotic services, and Germany and our own infinite higgledy-piggledy discomfort and ugliness have brought home to us at least even the possibility of planning the extension of our towns and cities. It is only another step upward in scale to plan out new, more tolerable conditions of employment for every sort of worker and to organize the transition from our present disorder. The essential difficulty between the employer and the statesman in the consideration of this problem is the difference in the scope of their view. The employer's concern with the man who does his work is day-long or week-long. The statesman is lifelong. The conditions of private enterprise and modern competition oblige the employer to think only of the worker as a hand, who appears and does his work and draws his wages and vanishes again. Only such strikes as we have had during the past year will rouse him from that attitude of mind. The statesman, at the other extremity, has to consider the worker as a being with a beginning, a middle, an end, and offspring. He can consider all these possibilities of deferring employment and making the toil of one period of life provide for the leisure and freedom of another, which are necessarily entirely out of the purview of an employer pure and simple. And I find it hard to see how we can reconcile the intermittency of competitive employment with the unremitting demands of a civilized life except by the intervention of the state or of some public organization capable of taking very wide views between the business organizer on the one hand and the subordinate worker on the other. On the one hand, we need some broader handling of business than is possible in the private adventure of the solitary proprietor or the single company, and on the other, some more completely organized development of the collective bargain. We have to bring the directive intelligence of a concern into an organic relation with the conception of the national output as a whole, and either through a trade union or a guild or some expansion of a trade union, we have to arrange a secure, continuous income for the worker, to be received not directly as wages from an employer, but intermediately through the organization. We need a census of our national production, a more exhaustive estimate of our resources, and an entirely more scientific knowledge of the conditions of maximum labor efficiency. One turns to the state. And it is at this point that the heart of the patriotic Englishman sinks, because it is our national misfortune that all the accidents of public life have conspired to retard the development of just that body of knowledge, just that scientific breadth of imagination, which is becoming a vital necessity for the welfare of a modern civilized community. We are caught short of scientific men, just as in the event of a war with Germany, we shall almost certainly be caught short of scientific sailors and soldiers. You cannot make that sort of thing to order in a crisis. Scientific education, and more particularly the scientific education of our owning and responsible classes, has been crippled by the bitter jealousy of the classical teachers who dominate our universities, by the fear and hatred of the established church, which still so largely controls our upper-class schools, and by the entire lack of understanding and support on the part of those able barristers and financiers who rule our political life. Science has been left more and more to men of modest origin and narrow outlook, and now we are beginning to pay in internal dissensions, and presently we may have to pay in national humiliation for this almost organized rejection of stimulus and power. But however thwarted and crippled our public imagination may be, we have still got to do the best we can with this situation. We have to take as comprehensive views as we can, and to attempt as comprehensive a method of handling as our party-ridden state permits. In theory, I am a socialist, and were I theorizing about some nation in the air, I would say that all the great productive activities and all the means of communication should be national concerns and be run as national services. But our state is peculiarly incapable of such functions. At the present time, it cannot even produce a postage stamp that will stick, and the type of official it would probably evolve for industrial organization, slowly but unsurely, would be a maddening combination of the district visitor and the boy clerk. It is to the independent people of some leisure and resource in the community that one has at last to appeal for such large efforts and understandings as our present situation demands. In the default of our public services, there opens an immense opportunity for voluntary effort. Deference to our official leaders is absurd. It is a time when men must, as the phrase goes, come forward. We want a national plan for our social and economic development which everyone may understand and which will serve as a unifying basis for all our social and political activities. Such a plan is not to be flung out hastily by an irresponsible writer. It can only come into existence as the outcome of a wide movement of inquiry and discussion. My business in these pages has been not prescription but diagnosis. I hold it to be the clear duty of every intelligent person in the country to do his utmost to learn about these questions of economic and social organization and to work them out to conclusions and a purpose. We have come to a phase in our affairs when the only alternative to a great, deliberate renaissance of will and understanding is national disorder and decay. Section 6. I have attempted a diagnosis of this aspect of our national situation. I have pointed out that nearly all the social forces of our time seem to be in conspiracy to bring about the disappearance of a labor class as such and the rearrangement of our work and industry upon a new basis. That rearrangement demands an unprecedented national effort and the production of an adequate national plan. Failing that, we seem doomed to a period of chronic social conflict and possibly even of frankly revolutionary outbreaks that may destroy us altogether or leave us only a dwarfed and enfeebled nation. And before we can develop that national plan and the effective realization of such a plan that is needed to save us from that fate, two things stand immediately before us to be done, unavoidable preliminaries to that more comprehensive work. The first of these is the restoration of representative government, and the second is a renaissance of our public thought about political and social things. As I have already suggested, a main factor in our present national inability to deal with this profound and increasing social disturbance is the entirely unrepresentative and unbusinesslike nature of our parliamentary government. It is, to a quite extraordinary extent, a thing apart from our national life. It becomes more and more so. To go into the House of Commons is to go aside out of the general stream of the community's vitality into a corner where little is learnt and much is concocted, into a specialized assembly which is at once inattentive to and monstrously influential in our affairs. There was a period when the debates in the House of Commons were an integral, almost a dominant part of our national thought, when its speeches were read over in tens of thousands of homes, and a large and sympathetic public followed the details of every contested issue. Now, a newspaper that dared to fill its columns mainly with parliamentary debates, with a full report of the trivialities, the academic points, the little familiar jokes, and entirely insincere pleadings which occupy that gathering, would court bankruptcy. This diminishing actuality of our political life is a matter of almost universal comment today. But it is extraordinary how much of that comment is made in a tone of hopeless dissatisfaction. How rarely it is associated with any will to change a state of affairs that so largely stultifies our national purpose. And yet the causes of our present political ineptitude are fairly manifest, and a radical and effective reconstruction is well within the wit of man. All causes and all effects in our complex modern state are complex. But in this particular matter there can be little doubt that the key to the difficulty lies in the crudity and simplicity of our method of election, a method which reduces our apparent free choice of rulers to a ridiculous selection between undesirable alternatives, and hands our whole public life over to the specialized manipulator. Our House of Commons could scarcely misrepresent us more if it was appointed haphazard by the Lord Chamberlain or selected by lot from among the inhabitants of Netting Hill. Election of representatives in one-member local constituencies by a single vote gives a citizen practically no choice beyond the candidates appointed by the two great party organizations in the state. It is an electoral system that forbids absolutely any vote splitting or any indication of shades of opinion. The presence of more than two candidates introduces an altogether unmanageable complication, and the voter is at once reduced to voting not to secure the return of the perhaps less hopeful candidate he likes, but to ensure the rejection of the candidate he most dislikes. So the nimble wire puller slips in. In Great Britain, we do not have elections anymore. We have rejections. What really happens at a general election is that the party organizations, obscure and secretive conclaves with entirely mysterious funds, appoint about 1,200 men to be our rulers, and all that we so-called self-governing people are permitted to do is, in a muddled, angry way, to strike off the names of about half of these selected gentlemen. Take almost any member of the present government and consider his case. You may credit him with a lifelong industrious intention to get there, but ask yourself, what is this man's distinction, and for what great thing in our national life does he stand? By the complacence of our party machinery, he was able to present himself to a perplexed constituency as the only possible alternative to conservatism and tariff reform, and so we have him. And so we have most of his colleagues. Now, such a system of representation is surely a system to be destroyed at any cost, because it stifles our national discussion and thwarts our national will. And we can leave no possible method of alteration untried. It is not rational that a great people should be baffled by the mere mechanical degeneration of an electoral method too crudely conceived. There exist alternatives, and to these alternatives we must resort. Since John Stuart Mill first called attention to the importance of the matter, there has been a systematic study of the possible working of electoral methods, and it is now fairly proved that in proportional representation, with large constituencies returning each many members, there is to be found a way of escape from this disastrous embarrassment of our public business by the party wire-puller and the party nominee. I will not dwell upon the particulars of the proportional representation system here. There exists an active society which has organized the education of the public in the details of the proposal. Suffice it that it does give a method by which a voter may vote with confidence for the particular man he prefers, with no fear whatever that his vote will be wasted in the event of that man's choice being hopeless. There is a method by which the order of the voter's subsequent preference is effectively indicated. That is all, but see how completely it modifies the nature of an election. Instead of a hampered choice between two, you have a free choice between many. Such a change means a complete alteration in the quality of public life. The present immense advantage of the party nominee, which is the root cause, which is almost the sole cause of all our present political ineptitude, would disappear. He would be quite unable to oust any well-known and representative independent candidate who chose to stand against him. There would be an immediate alteration in type in the House of Commons. In the place of these specialists in political getting-on, there would be few men who had not already gained some intellectual and moral hold upon the community. They would already be outstanding and distinguished men before they came to the work of government. Great sections of our national life, science, art, literature, education, engineering, manufacture, would cease to be underrepresented or misrepresented by the energetic barrister and political specialist, and our legislature would begin to serve, as we have now such urgent need of its serving, as the means and instrument of that national conference upon the social outlook of which we stand in need. And it is to the need and nature of that conference that I would devote myself. I do not mean by the word conference any gathering of dull and formal and inattentive people in this dusty hall or that, with a jaded audience and intermittently active reporters, such as this word may conjure up to some imaginations. I mean an earnest direction of attention in all parts of the country to this necessity for a studied and elaborated project of conciliation and social cooperation. We cannot afford to leave such things to specialized politicians and self-appointed, self-seeking experts any longer. A modern community has to think out its problems as a whole and cooperate as a whole in their solution. We have to bring all our national life into this discussion of the national plan before us, and not simply newspapers and periodicals and books, but pulpit and college and school have to bear their part in it. And in that particular I would appeal to the schools, because there more than anywhere else is the permanent quickening of our national imagination to be achieved. We want to have our young people filled with a new realization that history is not over, that nothing is settled, and that the supreme dramatic phase in the story of England has still to come. It was not in the Norman conquest, not in the flight of King James II, nor the overthrow of Napoleon. It is here and now. It falls to them to be actors, not in a reminiscent pageant, but a living conflict, and the sooner they are prepared to take their part in that, the better our empire will acquit itself. How absurd is the preoccupation of our schools and colleges with the little provincialisms of our past history before A.D. 1800? No current politics, whispers the schoolmaster, no religion, except the coldest formalities. Some parent might object. And he pours into our country every year a fresh supply of gentlemanly cricketing youths, gapingly unprepared, unless they have picked up a broad generalization or so from some surreptitious socialist pamphlet, for the immense issues they must control, and that are altogether uncontrollable if they fail to control them. The universities do scarcely more for our young men. All this has to be altered, and altered vigorously and soon, if our country is to accomplish its destinies. Our schools and colleges exist for no other purpose than to give our youths a vision of the world and of their duties and possibilities in the world. We can no longer afford to have them the last preserves of an elderly orthodoxy and the last repository of a decaying gift of superseded tongues. They are needed too urgently to make our leaders leader-like and to sustain the active understandings of the race. And from the labour class itself, we are also justified in demanding a far more effectual contribution to the national conference than it is making at the present time. Mere eloquent apologies for distrust, mere denunciations of capitalism and appeals for a socialism as featureless as smoke are unsatisfactory when one regards them as the entire contribution of the ascendant worker to the discussion of the national future. The labour thinker has to become definite in his demands and clearer upon the give and take that will be necessary before they can be satisfied. He has to realize far more generously than he has done so far the enormous moral difficulty there is in bringing people who have been prosperous and at an advantage all their lives to the pitch of even contemplating a social reorganization that may minimize or destroy their precedence. We have all to think hard and think generously, and there is not a man in England today, even though his hands are busy at work, whose brain may not be helping in this great task of social rearrangement which lies before us all. Social Panaceas. June 1912. To have followed the frequent discussions of the labour unrest in the press is to have learnt quite a lot about the methods of popular thought. And among other things, I see now much better than I did why patent medicines are so popular. It is clear that as a community we are far too impatient of detail and complexity. We want overmuch to simplify. We clamour for panaceas. We are a collective invitation to quacks. Our situation is an intricate one. It does not admit of a solution neatly done up in a word or a phrase. Yet so powerful is this wish to simplify that it is difficult to make it clear that one is not oneself a panacea-monger. One writes, and people read a little inattentively and more than a little impatiently, until one makes a positive proposal. Then they jump. "So that's your remedy," they say. "How absurdly inadequate." I was privileged to take part in one such discussion in 1912, and among other things in my diagnosis of the situation, I pointed out the extreme mischief done to our public life by the futility of our electoral methods. They make our whole public life forensic and ineffectual, and I pointed out that this evil effect, which vitiates our whole national life, could be largely remedied by an infinitely better voting system known as proportional representation. Thereupon, the Westminster Gazette declared in tones of pity and contempt that it was no remedy, and dismissed me. It would be as intelligent to charge a doctor who pushed back the crowd about a broken-legged man in the street with wanting to heal the limb by giving the sufferer air. The task before our community, the task of reorganizing labor on a basis broader than that of employment for daily or weekly wages, is one of huge complexity, and it is as entirely reasonable as it is entirely preliminary to clean and modernize to the utmost our representative and legislative machinery. It is remarkable how dominant in this disposition to get a phrase, a word, a simple recipe for an undertaking so vast in the reality that for all the rest of our lives a large part of the activities of us 40 million people will be devoted to its partial accomplishment. In the presence of very great issues, people become impatient and irritated, as they would not allow themselves to be irritated by far more limited problems. Nobody in his senses expects a panacea for the comparatively simple and trivial business of playing chess. Nobody wants to be told to rely wholly upon your pawns, or never, never move your rook. Nobody clamours, give me a third knight and all will be well. But that is exactly what everybody seems to be doing in our present discussion. And, as another aspect of the same impatience, I note the disposition to clamour against all sorts of necessary processes in the development of a civilization. For example, I read over and over again of the failure of representative government, and in 9 cases out of 10 I find that this amounts to a cry against any sort of representative government. It is perfectly true that our representative institutions do not work well and need a vigorous overhauling, but while I find scarcely any support for such a revision, the air is full of vague, dangerous demands for aristocracy, for oligarchy, for autocracy. It is like a man who jumps out of his automobile because he has burst a tire, refuses a proffered stepney, and bawls passionately for anything, for a four-wheeler or a donkey, as long as he can be free from that exploded mechanism. There are evidently quite a considerable number of people in this country who would welcome a tyrant at the present time, a strong, silent, cruel, imprisoning, executing, melodramatic sort of person, who would somehow manage everything while they went on being silly. I find that form of impatience cropping up everywhere. I hear echoes of Mr. Blatchford's "wanted a man," and we may yet see a General Boulanger prancing in our streets. There never was a more foolish cry. It is not a man we want, but just exactly as many million men as there are in Great Britain at the present time, and it is you, the reader, and I, and the rest of us who must together go on with the perennial task of saving the country by firstly doing our own jobs just as well as we ever can, and secondly, and this is really just as important as firstly, doing our utmost to grasp our national purpose, doing our utmost, that is, to develop and carry out our national plan. It is every man who must be the saviour of the state in a modern community. We cannot shift our share in the burden, and here again, I think, is something that may well be underlined and emphasized. At present, our secondly is unduly subordinated to our firstly. Our game is better individually than collectively. We are like a football team that passes badly, and our need is not merely so much to change the players as to broaden their style. And this brings me, in a spirit of entirely antagonistic, up against Mr. Galsworthy's suggestion of an autocratic revolution in the methods of our public schools. Before I go into that, let me first notice a still more comprehensive cry that has been heard again and again in this discussion, and that is the alleged failure of education generally. There is never any remedial suggestion made with this particular outcry. It is merely a gust of abuse and insult for schools, and more particularly board schools, carrying with it a half-hearted implication that they should be closed, and then the contribution concludes. Now, there is no outcry at the present time more unjust or, except for the "wanted a man" clamour, more foolish. No doubt our educational resources, like most other things, fall far short of perfection, but of all this imperfection the elementary schools are least imperfect. And I would almost go so far as to say that, considering the badness of their material, the huge, clumsy classes they have to deal with, the poorness of their directive administration, their bad pay and uncertain outlook, the elementary teachers of this country are amazingly efficient. And it is not simply that they are good under their existing conditions, but that this service has been made out of nothing whatever in the course of scarcely 40 years. An educational system to cover an empire is not a thing that can be got for the asking. It is not even to be got for the paying. It has to be grown, and in the beginning it is bound to be thin, ragged, forced, crammy, textbookish, superficial, and all the rest of it. As reasonable to complain that the children born last year were immature, a little army of teachers does not flash into being at the passing of an Education Act. Not even an organization for training those teachers comes to anything like satisfactory working order for many years, without considering the delays and obstructions that have been caused by the bickerings and bitterness of the various Christian churches. So that it is not the failure of elementary education we have really to consider, but the continuance and extension of its already almost miraculous results. And when it comes to the education of the ruling and directing classes, there is kindred, if lesser reason, for tempering zeal with patience. This upper portion of our educational organization needs urgently to be bettered, but is not to be bettered by trying to find an archangel who will better it dictatorially. For the good of our souls, there are no such beings to relieve us of our collective responsibility. It is clear that appointments in this field need not only far more care and far more insistence upon creative power than has been shown in the past, but for the rest we have to do with the men we have and the schools we have. We cannot have an educational purge, if only because we have not the new men waiting. Here again the need is not impatience, not revolution, but a sustained and penetrating criticism, a steadfast, continuous urgency towards effort and well-planned reconstruction and efficiency. And as a last example of the present hysterical disposition to scrap things before they have been fairly tried is the outcry against examinations, which has done so much to take the keenness off the edge of schoolwork in the last few years. Because a great number of examiners chosen haphazard turned out to be negligent and incompetent as examiners, because their incapacity created a cynical trade in cramming, a great number of people have come to the conclusion, just as examinations are being improved into efficiency, that all examinations are bad. In particular, that excellent method of bringing new blood and new energy into the public services and breaking up official gangs and cliques, the competitive examination system has been discredited, and the wire puller and the influential person are back again tampering with a steadily increasing proportion of appointments. But I have written enough of this impatience, which is, as it were, merely the passion for reconstruction losing its head and defeating its own ends. There is no hope for us outside ourselves. No violent changes, no Napoleonic saviors can carry on the task of building the great state, the civilized state that rises out of our disorders. That is for us to do, all of us, and each one of us. We have to think clearly and study and consider and reconsider our ideas about public things to the very utmost of our possibilities. We have to clarify our views and express them and do all we can to stir up thinking and effort in those about us. I know it would be more agreeable for all of us if we could have some small pill-like remedy for all the troubles of the state, and take it and go on just as we are going on. But, indeed, to say a word for that idea would be a treason. We are the state, and there is no other way to make it better than to give it the service of our lives. Just in the measure of the aggregate of our devotions and the elaborated and criticized sanity of our public proceedings will the world mend. I gather from a valuable publication called Secret Remedies, which analyzes many popular cures, that this hasty passion for simplicity, for just one thing that will settle the whole trouble, can carry people to a level beyond an undivided trust in something warranted in a bottle. They are ready to put their faith in what amounts to practically nothing in a bottle. And just at present, while a number of excellent people of the middle class think that only a man is wanted and all will be well with us, there is a considerable wave of hopefulness among the working class in favor of a weak solution of nothing, which is offered under the attractive label of syndicalism. So far as I have been able to discuss the present labour situation without any use of this empty word, but when one finds it cropping up in every other article on the subject, it becomes advisable to point out what syndicalism is not. And, incidentally, it may enable me to make clear what socialism in the broader sense, constructive socialism, that is to say, is. Syndicalism or citizenship. Is a railway porter first and a man afterwards, or is he a man first and incidentally a railway porter? That is the issue between this tawdrification of trade unionism, which is called syndicalism, and the ideals of that great state, that great commonweal, towards which the constructive forces in our civilization tend. Are we to drift on to a disastrous intensification of our present specialization of labor as labor, or are we to set to work steadfastly upon a vast social reconstruction which will close this widening breach and rescue our community from its present dependence upon the reluctant and present the insurgent toil of a wages-earning proletariat? Regarded as a project of social development, syndicalism is ridiculous. Regarded as an illuminating and unintentionally ironical complement to the implicit theories of our present social order, it is worthy of close attention. The dream of the syndicalist is an impossible social fragmentation. The transport service is to be a democratic republic. The mines are to be a democratic republic. Every great industry is to be a democratic republic within the state. Our community is to become a conflict of interwoven governments of workers, incapable of progressive changes of method or of extension or transmutation of function. The whole being of a man is to lie within his industrial specialization, and upon lines of causation not made clear. Wages are to go on rising, and hours of work are to go on falling. There the mind halts, blinded by the too dazzling vistas of an unimaginative millennium. And the way to this, one gathers, is by striking, persistent, destructive striking, until it comes about. Such is syndicalism, the cheap labor panacea to which the more passionate and less intelligent portion of the younger workers, impatient of the large constructive developments of modern socialism, drifts steadily. It is the direct and logical reaction to our present economic system, which has counted our workers neither as souls nor as heads, but as hands. They are beginning to accept the suggestions of that method. It is the culmination in aggression of that, at first, entirely protective trade unionism, which the individual selfishness and collective short-sightedness and state blindness of our owning and directing and ruling classes forced upon the working man. At first, trade unionism was essentially defensive. It was the only possible defense of the workers, who were being steadily pressed over the margin of subsistence. It was a nearly involuntary resistance to class debasement. Mr. Vernon Hartshorne has expressed it as that in a recent article. But his paper, if one reads it from beginning to end, displayed compactly and completely the unavoidable psychological development of the specialized labor case. He began in the mildest tones with those now respectable words, a guaranteed minimum of wages, housing, and so forth, and ended with a very clear intimation of an all-labor community. If anything is certain in this world, it is that the mass of the community will not rest until satisfied with these guaranteed minima. All those possible legislative increments in the general standard of living are not going to diminish the labor unrest. They are going to increase it. A starving man may think he wants nothing in the world but bread, but when he has eaten, you will find he wants all sorts of things beyond. Mr. Hartshorne assures us that the worker is not out for a theory. So much the worse for the worker and all of us when, like the mere hand we have made him, he shows himself unable to define or even forecast his ultimate intentions. He will, in that case, merely clutch, and the obvious immediate next objective of that clutch directly its imagination passes beyond the guaranteed minima phase is the industry as a whole. I do not see how anyone who desires the continuing development of civilization can regard a trade union as anything but a necessary evil, a pressure-relieving contrivance, an arresting and delaying organization begotten by just that class separation of labor which, in the common weal of the great state, will be altogether destroyed. It leads nowhither, it is a shelter hut on the road. The wider movement of modern civilization is against class organization and caste feeling. There are forces antagonistic to progress, continually springing up and endeavoring to stereotype the transitory organization and continually being defeated. Of all the solemn imbecilities one hears, surely the most foolish is this, that we are in an age of specialization. The comparative fruitfulness and hopefulness of our social order, in comparison with any other social system, lies in its flat contradiction of that absurdity. Our medical and surgical advances, for example, are almost entirely due to the invasion of medical research by the chemist, our naval development to the supersession of the sailor by the engineer. We sweep away the coachman with the railway, beat the suburban line with the electric tramway, and attack that again with the petrol omnibus, oust brick and stonework in substantial fabrics by steel frames, replace the skilled maker of woodcuts by a photographer, and so on through the whole range of our activities. Change of function, arrest of specialization by innovations in method and appliance, progress by the infringement of professional boundaries and the defiance of rule, these are the commonplaces of our time. The trained man, the specialized man, is the most unfortunate of men. The world leaves him behind, and he has lost his power of overtaking it. Versatility, alert adaptability, these are our urgent needs. In peace and war alike, the unimaginative, uninventive man is a burden and a retardation, as he never was before in the world's history. The modern community, therefore, that succeeds most rapidly and most completely in converting both its laborers and its leisure class into a population of active, able, unhurried, educated, and physically well-developed people, will be inevitably the dominant community in the world. That lies on the face of things about us. A man who cannot see that must be blind to the traffic in our streets. Syndicalism is not a plan of social development. It is a spirit of conflict. That conflict lies ahead of us, the open war of strikes, or, if the forces of law and order crush that down, then sabotage and that black revolt of the human spirit into crime which we speak of nowadays as anarchism, unless we can discover a broad and promising way from the present condition of things to nothing less than the complete abolition of the labor class. That, I know, sounds a vast proposal, but this is a gigantic business altogether, and we can do nothing with it unless we are prepared to deal with large ideas. If St. Paul's begins to totter, it is no good propping it up with half a dozen walking sticks, and small palliatives have no legitimate place at all in this discussion. Our generation has to take up this tremendous necessity of a social reconstruction in a great way. Its broad lines have to be thought out by thousands of minds, and it is for that reason that I have put the stress upon our need of discussion, of a wide intellectual and moral stimulation, of a stirring up in our schools and pulpits, and upon the modernization and clarification of what should be the deliberative assembly of the nation. It would be presumptuous to anticipate the national plan that must emerge from so vast a debate, but certain conclusions I feel in my bones will stand the test of an exhaustive criticism. The first is that a distinction will be drawn between what I would call interesting work and what I would call mere labor. The two things, I admit, pass by insensible graduations into one another, but while on the one hand such work as being a master gardener and growing roses, or a master cabinet-maker and making fine pieces, or an artist of almost any sort, or a story writer, or a consulting physician, or a scientific investigator, or a keeper of wild animals, or a forester, or a librarian, or a good printer, or many sorts of engineer, is work that will always find men of a certain temperament enthusiastically glad to do it, if they can only do it for comfortable pay, for such work is in itself living, There is, on the other hand, work so irksome and toilsome, such as coal mining, or being a private soldier during a peace, or attending upon lunatics, or stoking, or doing over and over again, almost mechanically, little bits of a modern industrial process, or being a cash desk clerk in a busy shop, that few people would undertake it if they could avoid it. And the whole strength of our collective intelligence will be directed first to reducing the amount of such irksome work by laboring-saving machinery, by ingenuity of management, and by the systematic avoidance of giving trouble as a duty, and then to so distributing the residuum of it that it will become the whole life of no class whatever in our population. I have already quoted the idea of Professor William James of a universal conscription for such irksome labour, and while he would have instituted that mainly for its immense moral effect upon the community, I would point out that, combined with a nationalisation of transport, mining, and so forth, it is also a way to partial solution of this difficulty of mere toil. And the mention of a compulsory period of labour service for everyone, a year or so with the pickaxe as well as with the rifle, leads me to another idea that I believe will stand the test of unlimited criticism, and that is a total condemnation of all these 8-hour-a-day, early-closing, guaranteed weekly, half-day holiday notions that are now so prevalent in liberal circles. Under existing conditions, in our system of private enterprise and competition, these restrictions are no doubt necessary to save a large portion of our population from lives of continuous toil, but, like trade unionism, they are a necessity of our present conditions and not a way to a better social state. If we rescue ourselves as a community from poverty and discomfort, we must take care not to fling ourselves into something far more infuriating to a normal human being, and that is boredom. The prospect of a carefully inspected sanitary life, tethered to some light, little, uninteresting daily job, 6 or 8 hours of it, seems to me, and I am sure I write here for most normal, healthy, active people, more awful than hunger and death. It is far more in the quality of the human spirit, and still more what we all in our hearts want the human spirit to be, to fling itself with its utmost power at a job and do it with passion. For my own part, if I was sentenced to hew 1,000 tons of coal, I should want to get at it at once and work furiously at it, with the shortest intervals for rest and refreshment and an occasional night holiday, until I hewed my way out, and if some interfering person with a benevolent air wanted to restrict me to hewing 500 weight, and no more and no less, each day and every day, I should be strongly disposed to go for that benevolent person with my pick. That is surely what every natural man would want to do, and it is only the clumsy imperfection of our social organization that will not enable a man to do his stint of labor in a few vigorous years and then come up into the sunlight for good and all. It is along that line that I feel a large part of our labor reorganization, over and beyond that conscription, must ultimately go. The community as a whole, I believe, get far more out of a man if he had such a comparatively brief passion of toil than if he worked, with occasional lapses into unemployment, drearily all his life. But at present, with our existing system of employment, one cannot arrange so comprehensive a treatment of a man's life. There is needed some state or quasi-public organization which shall stand between the man and the employer, act as his banker and guarantor, and exact his proper price. Then, with his toil over, he would have an adequate pension and be free to do nothing or anything else he chose. In a socialistic order of society, where the state would also be largely the employer, such a method would be, of course, far more easily contrived. The more modern statements of socialism do not contemplate making the state the sole employer. It is chiefly in transport, mining, fisheries, forestry, the cultivation of the food staples, and the manufacture of a few such articles as bricks and steel, and possibly in housing in what one might call the standardizable industries, that the state is imagined as the direct owner-employer, and it is just in these departments that the bulk of the irksome toil is to be found. There remain large regions of more specialized and individualized production that many socialists nowadays are quite prepared to leave to the freer initiatives of private enterprise. Most of these are occupations involving a greater element of interest, less direction and more cooperation, and it is just here that the success of co-partnery and a sustained life participation becomes possible. This complete civilized system without a specialized, property-less labor class is not simply a possibility, it is necessary. The whole social movement of the time, the stars in their courses, warred against the permanence of the present state of affairs. The alternative to this gigantic effort to rearrange our world is not a continuation of muddling along, but social war. The syndicalist and his folly will be the avenger of lost opportunities. Not a labor state do we want, nor a servile state, but a powerful leisure state of free men. The Great State. Section 1. For many years now I have taken a part in the discussion of socialism. During that time, socialism has become a more and more ambiguous term. It has seemed to me desirable to clear up my own ideas of social progress and the public side of my life by restating them, and this I have attempted in this essay. In order to do so, it has been convenient to coin two expressions and to employ them with a certain defined intention. They are firstly, the normal social life, and secondly, the great state. Throughout this essay, these expressions will be used in accordance with the definitions presently to be given, and the fact that they are so used will be emphasized by the employment of capitals. It will be possible for anyone to argue that what is here defined as the normal social life is not the normal social life, and that the great state is indeed no state at all. That will be an argument outside the range delimited by these definitions. Now, what is intended by the normal social life here is a type of human association and employment, of extreme prevalence and antiquity, which appears to have been the lot of the enormous majority of human beings as far back as history or tradition or the vestiges of material that supply our conceptions of the Neolithic period can carry us. It has never been the lot of all humanity at any time. Today it is perhaps less predominant than it has ever been, yet even today it is probably the lot of the greater moiety of mankind. Essentially, this type of association presents a localized community, a community of which the greater proportion of the individuals are engaged more or less directly in the cultivation of the land. With this, there is also associated the grazing or herding over wider or more restricted areas belonging either collectively or discretely to the community, of sheep, cattle, goats, or swine, and almost always the domestic fowl is commensal with man in this life. The cultivated land, at least, is usually assigned, temporarily or inalienably, as property to specific individuals, and the individuals are grouped in generally monogamic families, of which the father is the head. Essentially, the social unit is the family, and even where, as in Mohammedan countries, there is no legal or customary restriction upon polygamy, monogamy still prevails as the ordinary way of living. Unmarried women are not esteemed, and children are desired. According to the dangers or securities of the region, the nature of the cultivation and the temperament of the people, this community is scattered either widely in separate steadings or drawn together into villages. At one extreme, over large areas of thin pasture, this agricultural community may verge on the nomadic. At another, in proximity to consuming markets, it may present the concentration of intensive culture. There may be an adjacent wild supplying wood, and perhaps controlled by a simple forestry. The law that holds this community together is largely traditional and customary, and almost always, as its primordial bond, there is some sort of temple and some sort of priest. Typically, the temple is devoted to a local god or a localized saint, and its position indicates the central point of the locality, its assembly place, and its market. Associated with the agriculture, there are usually a few imperfectly specialized tradesmen, a smith, a garment maker perhaps, a basket maker or potter, who group about the church or temple. The community may maintain itself in a state of complete isolation, but more usually there are tracks or roads to the centers of adjacent communities, and a certain drift of travel, a certain trade in non-essential things. In the fundamentals of life, this normal community is independent and self-subsisting, and where it is not beginning to be modified by the novel forces of the new times, it produces its own food and drink, its own clothing, and largely intermarries within its limits. This, in general terms, is what is here intended by the phrase, the normal social life. It is still the substantial part of the rural life of all Europe and most Asia and Africa, and it has been the life of the great majority of human beings for immemorial years. It is the root life. It rests upon the soil, and from that soil below and its reaction to the seasons and the moods of the sky overhead have grown most of the traditions, institutions, sentiments, beliefs, superstitions, and fundamental songs and stories of mankind. But since the very dawn of history, at least, this normal social life has never been the whole complete life of mankind. Quite apart from the marginal life of the savage hunter, there have been a number of forces and influences within men and women and without that have produced abnormal and surplus ways of living, supplemental, additional, and even antagonistic to this normal scheme. And first, as to the forces within men and women. Long as it has lasted, almost universal as it has been, the human being has never yet achieved a perfect adaptation to the needs of the normal social life. He has attained nothing of that frictionless fitting to the needs of association one finds in the bee or the ant. Curiosity, deep stirrings to wander, the still more ancient inheritance of the hunter, a recurrent distaste for labor, and resentment against the necessary subjugations of family life have always been a straining force within the agricultural community. The increase of population during periods of prosperity has led at the touch of bad seasons and adversity to the desperate reliefs of war and the invasion of alien localities. And the nomadic and adventurous spirit of man found reliefs and opportunities more particularly along the shores of great rivers and inland seas. Trade and travel began at first only a trade in adventurous things, in metals and rare objects and luxuries and slaves. With trade came writing and money, the inventions of debt and rent, usury and tribute. History finds already in its beginnings a thin network of trading and slaving flung over the world of the normal social life, a network whose strands are the early roads, whose knots are the first towns and the first courts. Indeed, all recorded history is, in a sense, the history of these surplus and supplemental activities of mankind. The normal social life flowed on in its immemorial fashion, using no letters, needing no records, leaving no history. Then, a little minority, bulking disproportionately in the record, came the trader, the sailor, the slave, the landlord and the tax compeller, the townsman and the king. All written history is the story of a minority and their peculiar and abnormal affairs. Save in so far as it notes great natural catastrophes and tells of the spreading or retrocession of human life through changes of climate and physical conditions, it resolves itself into an account of a series of attacks and modifications and supplements made by excessive and superfluous forces engendered within the community upon the normal social life. The very invention of writing is a part of those modifying developments. The normal social life is essentially illiterate and traditional. The normal social life is as mute as the standing crops. It is as seasonal and cyclic as nature herself, and reaches towards the future only an intimation of continual repetitions. Now, this human overlife may take either beneficent or maleficent or neutral aspects towards the general life of humanity. It may present itself as law and pacification, as a positive addition and superstructure to the normal social life, as roads and markets and cities, as courts and unifying monarchies, as helpful and directing religious organizations, as literature and art and science and philosophy, reflecting back upon the individual in the normal social life from which it arose, a gilding and refreshment of new and wider interests and added pleasures and resources. One may define certain affairs when a countryside of prosperous communities with a healthy family life and a wide distribution of property, animated by roads and towns and unified by a generally intelligible religious belief, lived in a transitory but satisfactory harmony under a sympathetic government. I take it that this is the condition to which the minds of such original and vigorous reactionary thinkers as Mr. G. K. Chesterton and Mr. Hilaire Belloc, for example, turn as being the most desirable state of mankind. But the general effect of history is to present these phases as phases of exceptional good luck, and to show the surplus forces of humanity as, on the whole, antagonistic to any such equilibrium with the normal social life. To open the book of history haphazard is, most commonly, to open it at a page where the surplus forces appear to be in more or less destructive conflict with the normal social life. One opens at the depopulation of Italy by the aggressive great estates of the Roman Empire, at the impoverishment of the French peasantry by a too centralized monarchy before the Revolution, or at the huge degenerative growth of the great industrial towns of Western Europe in the 19th century. Or again, one opens at destructive wars. One sees these surplus forces over and above the normal social life working towards unstable concentrations of population, to centralization of government, to migrations and conflicts upon a large scale. One discovers the process developing into a phase of social fragmentation and destruction, and then, unless the whole country has been wasted down to its very soil, the normal social life returns as the heath and furze and grass return after the burning of a common. But it never returns in precisely its old form. The surplus forces have always produced some traceable change. The rhythm is a little altered. As between the Gallic peasant before the Roman conquest, the peasant of the Gallic province, the Karlovian peasant, the French peasant of the 13th, the 17th, and the 20th centuries, there is, in spite of a general uniformity of life, of a common atmosphere of cows, hens, dung, toil, ploughing, economy, and domestic intimacy, an effect of accumulating, generalizing influences, and of wider relevancies. And the oscillations of empires and kingdoms, religious movements, wars, invasions, settlements, leave upon the mind an impression that the surplus life of mankind, the less localized life of mankind, that life of mankind which is not directly connected with the soil but which has become more or less detached from and independent of it, is becoming proportionately more important in relation to the normal social life. It is as if a different way of living was emerging from the normal social life and freeing itself from its traditions and limitations. And this is more particularly the effect upon the mind of a review of the history of the past 200 years. The little speculative activities of the alchemist and natural philosopher, the little economic experiments of the acquisitive and enterprising landed proprietor, favored by unprecedented periods of security and freedom, have passed into a new phase of extraordinary productivity. They had added preposterously and continue to add on a gigantic scale and without any evident limits to the continuation of their additions to the resources of humanity. To the strength of horses and men and slaves has been added the power of machines and the possibility of economics that were once incredible, The normal social life has been overshadowed, as it has never been overshadowed before, by the concentrations and achievements of the surplus life. Vast new possibilities open to the race. The traditional life of mankind, its traditional system of association, are challenged and threatened, and all the social thought, all the political activity of our time turns in reality upon the conflict of this ancient system, whose essentials we have here defined and termed the normal social life, with the still vague and formless impulses that seem destined either to involve it and the race in a final destruction, or to replace it by some new and probably more elaborate method of human association. Because there is the following difference between the action of the surplus forces as we see them today and as they appeared before the outbreak of physical science and mechanism. Then it seemed clearly necessary that whatever social and political organization developed, it must needs rest ultimately on the tiller of the soil, the agricultural holding, and the normal social life. But now, even in agriculture, huge wholesale methods have appeared. They are declared to be destructive, but it is quite conceivable that they may be made ultimately as recuperative as that small agricultural which has hitherto been the inevitable social basis. If that is so, then the new ways of living may not simply impose themselves in a growing proportion upon the normal social life, but they may even oust it and replace it altogether. Or they may oust it and fail to replace it. In the newer countries, the normal social life does not appear to establish itself at all rapidly. No real peasantry appears in either America or Australia, and in the older countries, unless there is the most elaborate legislative and fiscal protection, the peasant population wanes before the large farm, the estate, and overseas production. Now, most of the political and social discussion of the last 100 years may be regarded and rephrased as an attempt to apprehend this defensive struggle of the normal social life against waxing novelty and innovation, and to give a direction and guidance to all of us who participate. And it is very largely a matter of temperament and free choice still, just where we shall decide to place ourselves. Let us consider some of the key words of contemporary thought, such as liberalism, individualism, socialism, in the light of this broad generalization we have made, and then we shall find it easier to explain our intention in employing as a second technicality the phrase of the great state as an opposite to the normal social life which we have already defined. Section 2. The normal social life has been defined as one based on agriculture, traditional and essentially unchanging. It has needed no toleration and displayed no toleration for novelty and strangeness. Its beliefs have been on such a nature as to justify and sustain itself, and it has had an intrinsic hostility to any other beliefs. The God of its community has been a jealous God even when he was only a tribal and local God. Only very occasionally in history, until the coming of the modern period, do we find any human community relaxing from this ancient and more normal state of entire intolerance towards ideas or practices other than its own. When toleration and a receptive attitude towards alien ideas was manifested in the Old World, it was at some trading center or political center. New ideas and new religions came by water along the trade routes. And such toleration as there was rarely extended to active teaching and propaganda. Even in liberal Athens, the hemlock was in the last resort at the service of the ancient gods and the ancient morals against the skeptical critic. But with the steady development of innovating forces in human affairs, there has actually grown up a cult of receptivity, a readiness for new ideas, a faith in the probable truth of novelties. Liberalism, I do not of course refer in any way to the political party which makes this profession, is essentially anti-traditionalism. Its tendency is to commit for trial any institution or belief that is brought before it. It is the accuser and antagonist of all the fixed and ancient values and imperatives and prohibitions of the normal social life. And growing up in relation to liberalism and sustained by it is the great body of scientific knowledge, which professes at least to be absolutely undogmatic and perpetually on its trial and under assay and re-examination. Now, a very large part of the advanced thought of the past century is no more than the confused negation of the broad beliefs and institutions which have been the heritage and social basis of humanity for immemorial years. This is as true of the extremist individualism as of the extremist socialism. The former denies that element of legal and customary control which has always subdued the individual to the needs of the normal social life, and the latter that qualified independence of distributed property which is the basis of family autonomy. Both are movements against the ancient life, and nothing is more absurd than the misrepresentation which presents either as a conservative force. They are two divergent schools with a common disposition to reject the old and turn towards the new. The individualist professes a faith for which he has no rational evidence, that the mere abandonment of traditions and controls must ultimately produce a new and beautiful social order, while the socialist, with an equal liberalism, regards the outlook with a kind of hopeful dread and insists upon an elaborate readjustment, a new and untried scheme of social organization to replace the shattered and weakening normal social life. But these movements, and indeed all movements that are not movements for the subjugation of innovation and the restoration of tradition, are vague in the prospect they contemplate. They produce no definite forecasts of the quality of the future towards which they so confidently indicate the way. But this is less true of modern socialism than of its antithesis, and it becomes less and less true as socialism, under an enormous torrent of criticism, slowly washes itself clean from the mass of partial settlement, hasty misstatement, sheer error, and presumption that obscured its first emergence. But it is well to be very clear upon one point at this stage, and that is that this present time is not a battleground between individualism and socialism. It is a battleground between the normal social life on the one hand and a complex of forces on the other which seek a form of replacement and seem partially to find in it these and other doctrines. Nearly all contemporary thinkers who are not too muddled to be assignable fall into one of three classes, of which the third we shall distinguish is the largest and most various and divergent. It will be convenient to say a little of each of these classes before proceeding to a more particular account of the third. Our analysis will cut across many accepted classifications, but there will be ample justification for this rearrangement. All of them may be dealt with quite justly as accepting the general account of the historical process which is here given. Then first we must distinguish a series of writers and thinkers which one may call, the word conservative being already politically assigned, the conservators. These are people who really do consider the normal social life as the only proper and desirable life for the great mass of humanity, and they are fully prepared to subordinate all exceptional and surplus lives to the moral standards and limitations that arise naturally out of the normal social life. They desire a state in which property is widely distributed, a community of independent families protected by law, and an intelligent democratic statecraft from the economic aggressions of large accumulations and linked by a common religion. Their attitude to the forces of change is necessarily a hostile attitude. They are disposed to regard innovations in transit and machinery as undesirable, and even mischievous disturbances of a wholesome equilibrium. They are, at least, unfriendly to any organization of scientific research and scornful of the pretensions of science. Criticisms of the methods of logic, skepticism of the more widely diffused human beliefs, they would classify as insanity. Two able English writers, Mr. G.K. Chesterton and Mr. Belloc, have given the clearest expression to this system of ideals and stated an admirable case for it. They present a conception of vinous, loudly singing, earthy, toiling, custom-ruled, wholesome, and insanitary men, They are pagan in the sense that their hearts are with the villagers and not with the townsmen, Christian in the spirit of the parish priest. There are no other conservators so clear-headed and consistent. But their teaching is merely the logical expression of an enormous amount of conservative feeling. Vast multitudes of less lucid minds share their hostility to novelty and research, hate, dread, and are eager to despise science, and low responsive to the warm, familiar expressions of primordial feelings and immemorial prejudices. The rural conservative, the liberal of the allotments and small holdings type, Mr. Roosevelt, in his Western farmer, philoprogenitive phase as distinguished from the phase of his more imperialist moments, all present themselves as essentially conservators, as seekers after and preservers of the normal social life. So, too, do socialists of the William Morris type. The mind of William Morris was profoundly reactionary. He hated the whole trend of later 19th century modernism with the hatred natural to a man of considerable scholarship and intense aesthetic sensibilities. His mind turned exactly as Mr. Belloc's turns, to the finished and enriched normal social life of Western Europe in the Middle Ages, but, unlike Mr. Belloc, he believed that, given private ownership of land and the ordinary materials of life, there must necessarily be an aggregatory process, usury, expropriation, the development of an exploiting wealthy class. He believed profit was the devil. His News from Nowhere pictures a communism that amounted in fact to little more than a system of private ownership of farms and trades without money or any buying and selling, in an atmosphere of geniality, generosity, and mutual helpfulness. Mr. Belloc, with a harder grip upon the realities of life, would have the widest distribution of proprietorship, with an alert democratic government continually legislating against the protean reappearances of usury and accumulation, and attacking, breaking up, and redistributing any large unanticipated bodies of wealth that appeared. But both men are equally set towards the normal social life, and equally enemies of the new. The so-called socialist land legislation of New Zealand, again, is a tentative towards the realization of the same school of ideas. Great estates are to be automatically broken up. Property is to be kept disseminated. A vast amount of political speaking and writing in America and throughout the world enforces one's impression of the widespread influence of conservator ideals. Of course, it is inevitable that phases of prosperity for the normal social life will lead to phases of overpopulation and scarcity. There will be occasional famines and occasional pestilences and plethoras of vitality leading to the bloodletting of war. I suppose Mr. Chesterton and Mr. Belloc at least have the courage of their opinions and are prepared to say that such things always have been and always must be. They are part of the jolly rhythms of the human lot under the sun, and are to be taken with the harvest home and love-making, and the peaceful ending of honoured lives as an integral part of the unending drama of mankind. Section 3. Now, opposed to the conservators are all those who do not regard contemporary humanity as a final thing, nor the normal social life as the inevitable basis of human continuity. They believe in secular change, in progress, in a future for our species differing continually more from its past. On the whole, they are prepared for the gradual disentanglement of men from the normal social life altogether, and they look for new ways of living and new methods of human association with a certain adventurous hopefulness. Now, this second large class does not so much admit of subdivision into two as present a great variety of intermediaries between two extremes. I propose to give distinctive names to these extremes, with the very clear proviso that they are not antagonized, and that the great multitude of this second anti-conservator class, this liberal, more novel class modern conditions have produced, falls between them, and is neither the one nor the other, but partaking in various degrees of both. On the one hand, then, we have that type of mind which is irritated by and distrustful of all collective proceedings, which is profoundly distrustful of churches and states, which is expressed essentially by individualism. The individualist appears to regard the extensive disintegrations of the normal social life that are going on today with an extreme hopefulness. Whatever is ugly or harsh in modern industrialism or in the novel social development of our time, he seems to consider as a necessary aspect of a process of selection and survival whose tendencies are, on the whole, inevitably satisfactory. The future welfare of man, he believes, in effect, may be trusted to the spontaneous and planless activities of people of good will, and nothing but state intervention can effectively impede its attainment. And curiously close to this extreme optimistic school in its moral quality and logical consequences, though contrasting widely in the sinister gloom of its spirit, is the socialism of Karl Marx. He declared the contemporary world to be a great process of financial aggrandizement and general expropriation, of increasing power for the few and of increasing hardship and misery for the many, a process that would go on until at last a crisis of unendurable tension would be reached and the social revolution ensue. The world had, in fact, to be worse before it could hope to be better. He contemplated a continually exacerbated class war with a millennium of extraordinary vagueness beyond as the reward of the victorious workers. His common quality with the individualist lies in his repudiation of and antagonism to plans and arrangements, in his belief in the overriding power of law. Their common influence is the discouragement of collective understandings upon the basis of the existing state. Both converge in practice upon laissez-faire. I would therefore lump them together under the term of planless progressives, and I would contrast them with those types which believe supremely in systematized purpose. The purposeful and systematic types, in common with the individualist and Marxist, regard the normal social life, for all the many thousands of years behind it, as a phase, and as a phase which is now passing in human experience, and they are prepared for a future society that may be ultimately different right down to its essential relationships from the human past. But they also believe that the forces that have been assailing and disintegrating the normal social life, which have been, on the one hand, producing great accumulations of wealth, private freedom, and ill-defined, irresponsible, and socially dangerous power, and, on the other, labor hordes, for the most part urban, without any property or outlook, except continuous toil and anxiety, which in England have substituted a dischargeable agricultural labourer for the independent peasant almost completely, and in America seem to be arresting any general development of the normal social life at all, are forces of wide and indefinite possibility that need to be controlled by a collective effort implying a collective design, deflected from merely injurious consequences, and organized for a new human welfare upon new lines. They agree with that class of thinking I have distinguished as the conservators in their recognition of vast contemporary disorders and their denial of the essential beneficence of change. But while the former seem to regard all novelty and innovation as a mere inundation to be met, banked back, defeated, and survived, these more hopeful and adventurous minds would rather regard contemporary change as amounting, on the whole, to the tumultuous and almost catastrophic opening up of possible new channels, the violent opportunity of vast, deep, new ways to great unprecedented human ends, ends that are neither feared nor evaded. Now, while the conservators are continually talking of the eternal facts of human life and human nature, and falling back upon a conception of permanence that is continually less true as our perspectives extend, these others are full of the conception of adaptation, of deliberate change in relationship and institution to meet changing needs. I would suggest for them, therefore, as opposed to the conservators and contrasted with the planless progressives, the name of constructors. They are the extreme right, as it were, while the planless progressives are the extreme left of anti-conservator thought. I believe that these distinctions I have made cover practically every clear form of contemporary thinking, and are a better and more helpful classification than any now current. But Of course, nearly every individual nowadays is at least a little confused, and will be found to wobble in the course even of a brief discussion between one attitude and the other. This is a separation of opinions rather than of persons. And particularly that word socialism has become so vague and incoherent that for a man to call himself a socialist nowadays is to give no indication whatever whether he is a conservator, like William Morris, a non-constructor, like Karl Marx, or a constructor of any of half a dozen different schools. On the whole, however, modern socialism tends to fall towards the constructor wing. So, too, do those various movements in England and Germany and France called variously nationalist and imperialist, and so do the American civic and social reformers. Under the same heading must come such attempts to give the vague impulses of syndicalism a concrete definition as the guild socialism of Mr. Orridge. All these movements are agreed that the world is progressive towards a novel and unprecedented social order, not necessarily and fatally better, and that it needs organized and even institutional guidance thither, however much they differ as to the form that order should assume. For the greater portion of a century, socialism has been before the world, and it is not perhaps premature to attempt a word or so of analysis of that great movement in the new terms we are here employing. The origins of the socialist idea were complex and multifarious. Never at any time has it succeeded in separating out a statement of itself that was at once simple, complete, and acceptable to any large proportion of those who call themselves socialists. But always it has pointed to 2 or 3 definite things. The first of these is that unlimited freedoms of private property, with increasing facilities of exchange, combination, and aggrandizement, become more and more dangerous to human liberty by the expropriation and reduction to private wages slavery of larger and larger proportions of the population. Every school of socialism states this in some more or less complete form, however divergent the remedial methods suggested by the different schools. And next, every school of socialism accepts the concentration of management and property as necessary, and declines to contemplate what is the typical conservator remedy, its refragmentation. Accordingly, it sets up not only against the large private owner, but against owners generally, the ideas of a public proprietor, the state, which shall hold in the collective interest. But where the earlier socialism stopped short, and where to this day socialism is vague, divided, and unprepared, is upon the psychological problems involved in that new and largely unprecedented form of proprietorship, and upon the still more subtle problems of its attainment. These are vast and profoundly, widely, and multitudinously difficult problems, and it was natural and inevitable that the earlier socialists, in the first enthusiasm of their idea, should minimize these difficulties, pretend in the fullness of their faith that partial answers to objections were complete answers, and display the common weaknesses of honest propaganda the whole world over. Socialism is now old enough to know better. Few modern socialists present their faith as a complete panacea, and most are now setting to work in earnest upon these long-shirked preliminary problems of human interaction, through which the vital problem of a collective head and brain can alone be approached. A considerable proportion of the socialist movement remains, as it has been from the first, vaguely democratic. It points to collective ownership, with no indication of the administrative scheme it contemplates to realize that intention. Necessarily, it remains a formless claim without hands to take hold of the thing it desires. Indeed, in a large number of cases, it is scarcely more than a resentful consciousness in the expropriated masses of social disintegration. It spends its force very largely in mere revenges upon property as such, attacks simply destructive by reason of the absence of any definite ulterior scheme. It is an ill-equipped and planless belligerent who must destroy whatever he captures, because he can neither use nor take away. A council of democratic socialists in possession of London would be as capable of an orderly and sustained administration as the Anabaptists in Munster. But the discomforts and disorders of our present planless system do tend steadily to the development of this crude socialistic spirit in the mass of the proletariat. Merely vindictive attacks upon property, sabotage, and the general strike are the logical and inevitable consequences of an uncontrolled concentration of property in a few hands, and such things must and will go on. The deep undertow in the delinquence of the normal social life until a new justice, a new scheme of compensations and satisfactions is attained, or the normal social life re-emerges. Fabian socialism was the first systematic attempt to meet the fatal absence of administrative schemes in the earlier socialisms. It can scarcely be regarded now as anything but an interesting failure, but a failure that has all the educational value of a first reconnaissance into unexplored territory. Starting from that attack on aggregating property, which is the common starting point of all socialist projects, the Fabians, appalled at the obvious difficulties of honest confiscation and an open transfer from private to public hands, conceived the extraordinary idea of filching property for the state. A small body of people of extreme astuteness were to bring about the municipalization and nationalization, first of this great system of property, then of that, in a manner so artful that the millionaires were to wake up one morning at last, and behold, they would find themselves poor men. For a decade or more, Mr. Pease, Mr. Bernard Shaw, Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Webb, Mrs. Besant, Dr. Lawson Dodd, and their associates of the London Fabian Society did pit their wits and ability, or at any rate the wits and ability of their leisure moments, against the embattled capitalists of England and the world in this complicated and delicate enterprise, without any apparent diminution of the larger accumulations of wealth. But in addition, they developed another side of Fabianism, still more subtle, which professed to be a kind of restoration in kind of property to the proletariat, and in this direction they were more successful. A dexterous use, they decided, was to be made of the poor law, the public health authority, the education authority, and building regulations and so forth, to create, so to speak, a communism of the lower levels. The mass of people whom the forces of change had expropriated were to be given a certain minimum of food, shelter, education, and sanitation, and this, the socialists were assured, could be used as the thin end of the wedge towards a complete communism. The minimum, once established, could obviously be raised continually until either everybody had what they needed, or the resources of society gave out and set a limit to the process. This second method of attack brought the Fabian movement into cooperation with a large amount of benevolent and constructive influence outside the socialist ranks altogether. Few wealthy people really grudge the poor a share of the necessities of life, and most are quite willing to assist in projects for such a distribution. But while these schemes naturally involved a very great amount of regulation and regimentation of the affairs of the poor, the Fabian Society fell away more and more from its associated proposals for the socialization of the rich. The Fabian project changed steadily in character until at last it ceased to be in any sense antagonistic to wealth as such. If the lion did not exactly lie down with the lamb, at any rate the man with the gun and the alleged social mad dog returned very peaceably together. The Fabian hunt was up. Great financiers contributed generously to a school of economics that had been founded with moneys left to the Fabian Society by earlier enthusiasts for socialist propaganda and education. It remained for Mr. Belloc to point the moral of the whole development with a phrase, to note that Fabianism no longer aimed at the socialization of the whole community, but only at the socialization of the poor. The first really complete project for a new social order to replace the normal social life was before the world, and this project was the compulsory regimentation of the workers and the complete state control of labor under a new plutocracy. Our present chaos was to be organized into a servile state. Section 4. Now, to many of us who found the general spirit of the socialist movement at least hopeful and attractive and sympathetic, this would be an almost tragic conclusion did we believe that Fabianism was anything more than the first experiment in planning, and one almost inevitably shallow and presumptuous, of the long series that may be necessary before a clear light breaks upon the road humanity must follow. But we decline to be forced by this one intellectual fiasco towards the laissez-faire of the individualist and the Marxist, or to accept the normal social life with its atmosphere of hens and cows and dung, its incessant toil, its servitude of women, and its endless repetitions as the only tolerable life conceivable for the bulk of mankind, as the ultimate life, that is, of mankind. With less arrogance and confidence, but it may be with a firmer faith, we declare that we believe a more spacious social order than any that exists or ever has existed, a piece of the world in which there is an almost universal freedom, health, happiness, and well-being, and which contains the seeds of a still greater future, is possible to mankind. We propose to begin again with the recognition of those same difficulties the Fabians first realized. But we do not propose to organize a society, form a group for the control of the two chief political parties, bring about socialism in 25 years, or do anything beyond contributing in our place and measure to that constructive discussion whose real magnitude we now begin to realize. We have faith in a possible future, but it is a faith that makes the quality of that future entirely dependent upon the strength and clearness of purpose that this present time can produce. We do not believe the greater social state is inevitable. Yet there is, we hold, a certain qualified inevitability about this greater social state, because we believe any social state not affording a general contentment, a general freedom, and a general and increasing fullness of life must sooner or later collapse and disintegrate again, and revert more or less completely to the normal social life. And because we believe the normal social life is itself thick sown with the seeds of fresh beginnings. The normal social life has never at any time been absolutely permanent. Always it has carried within itself the germs of enterprise and adventure and exchanges that finally attack its stability. The superimposed social order of today, such as it is, with its huge development of expropriated labor and the schemes of the later Fabians to fix this state of affairs in an organized form and render it plausibly tolerable, seem also doomed to accumulate catastrophic tensions. Bureaucratic schemes for establishing the regular lifelong subordination of a laboring class, enlivened though they may be by frequent inspection, disciplinary treatment during seasons of unemployment, compulsory temperance, free medical attendance, and a cheap and shallow elementary education, fail to satisfy the restless cravings in the heart of man. They are cravings that even the baffling methods of the most ingeniously worked conciliation boards cannot permanently restrain. The drift of any servile state must be towards a class revolt, paralyzing sabotage, and a general strike. The more rigid and complete the servile state becomes, the more thorough will be its ultimate failure. Its fate is decay or explosion. From its debris we shall either revert to the normal social life and begin again the long struggle towards that ampler, happier, juster arrangement of human affairs which we of this book at any rate believe to be possible, or we shall pass into the twilight of mankind. This greater social life we put, then, as the only real alternative to the normal social life from which man is continually escaping. For it, we do not propose to use the expressions the socialist state or socialism, because we believe those terms have now, by constant confused use, become so battered and bent and discolored by irrelevant associations as to be rather misleading than expressive. We propose to use the term the great state to express this ideal of a social system no longer localized, no longer immediately tied to and conditioned by the cultivation of the land, worldwide in its interests and outlook, and Catholic in its tolerance and sympathy, a system of great individual freedom with a universal understanding among its citizens of a collective thought and purpose. Now, the difficulties that lie in the way of humanity in its complex and toilsome journey through the coming centuries towards this great state are fundamentally difficulties of adaptation and adjustment. To no conceivable social state is man inherently fitted. He is a creature of jealousy and suspicion, unstable, restless, acquisitive, aggressive, intractable, and of a most subtle and nimble dishonesty. Moreover, he is imaginative, adventurous, and inventive. His nature and instincts are as much in conflict with the necessary restrictions and subjugation of the normal social life as they are likely to be with any social net that necessity may weave about him. But the normal social life has this advantage, that it has a vast accumulated moral tradition and a minutely worked-out material method. All the fundamental institutions have arisen in relation to it and are adapted to its conditions. To revert to it after any phase of social chaos and distress is, and will continue for many years, to be the path of least resistance for perplexed humanity. This conception of the great state, on the other hand, is still altogether unsubstantial. It is a project as dreamlike today as electric lighting, electric traction, or aviation would have been in the year 1850. In 1850, a man reasonably conversant with the physical science of his time could have declared with a very considerable confidence that, given a certain measure of persistence and social security, these things were more likely to be attained than not in the course of the next century. But such a prophecy was conditional on the preliminary accumulation of a considerable amount of knowledge, on many experiments and failures. Had the world of 1850, by some wave of impulse, placed all its resources in the hands of the ablest scientific man alive, and asked him to produce a practicable paying electric vehicle before 1852, at best he would have produced some clumsy, curious toy. More probably he would have failed altogether. And, similarly, if the whole population of the world came to the present writer and promised meekly to do whatever it was told, we should find ourselves still very largely at a loss in our project for a millennium. Yet, just as nearly as every man at work upon voltaic electricity in 1850 knew that he was preparing for electric traction, so do I know quite certainly, in spite of a whole row of unsolved problems before me, that I am working towards the great state. Let me briefly recapitulate the main problems which have to be attacked in the attempt to realize the outline of the great state. At the base of the whole order there must be some method of agricultural production, and if the agricultural labourer and cottager and the ancient life of the small householder on the holding, a life laborious, prolific, illiterate, limited, and in immediate contact with the land used, is to recede and disappear, it must recede and disappear before methods upon a much larger scale, employing wholesale machinery and involving great economics. It is alleged by modern writers that the permanent residence of the cultivator in close relation to his ground is a legacy from the days of cumbrous and expensive transit, that the great proportion of farm work is seasonal, and that a migration to and fro between rural and urban conditions would be entirely practicable in a largely planned community. The agricultural population can move out of town into an open-air life as the spring approached, and returned for spending, pleasure, and education as the days shortened. Already something of this sort occurs under extremely unfavourable conditions in the movement of the fruit and hop pickers from the east end of London into Kent, but that is a mere hint of the extended picnic which a broadly planned cultivation might afford. A fully developed civilization employing machines in the hands of highly skilled men will minimize toil to the very utmost. No man will shove where a machine can shove, or carry where a machine can carry, but there will remain, more particularly in the summer, a vast amount of hand operations, invigorating and even attractive to the urban population, given short hours, good pay, and all the jolly amusement in the evening camp that a free, happy, and intelligent people would develop for themselves, and there will be little difficulty about this particular class of work to differentiate it from any other sort of necessary labor. One passes, therefore, with no definite transition from the root problem of agricultural production to the great state to the wider problem of labor in general. A glance at the countryside conjures up a picture of extensive tracts being cultivated on a wholesale scale, of skilled men directing great ploughing, sowing, and reaping plants, steering cattle and sheep about carefully designed enclosures, constructing channels and guiding sewage towards its proper destination on the fields, and then of added crowds of genial people coming out to spray trees and plants, pick and sort and pack fruits. But who are these people? Why are they in particular doing this for the community? Is our great state still to have a majority of people glad to do commonplace work for mediocre wages? And will there be other individuals who would ride by on the road sympathetically, no doubt, but with a secret sense of superiority? So one opens the general problem of the organization for labor. I am careful here to write for labor and not of labor, because it is entirely against the spirit of the great state that any section of the people should be set aside as a class to do most of the monotonous, laborious, and uneventful things for the community. That is practically the present arrangement, and that, with a quickened sense of the need of breaking people into such a life, is the ideal of the bureaucratic servile state to which, in common with the conservators, we are bitterly opposed. And here I know I am at my most difficult, most speculative, and most revolutionary point. We, who look at the great state as the present aim of human progress, believe a state may solve its economic problem without any section whatever of the community being condemned to lifelong labor. And contemporary events, the phenomena of recent strikes, the phenomena of sabotage, carry out the suggestion that in a community where nearly everyone reads extensively, travels about, sees the charm and variety in the lives of prosperous and leisurely people, no class is going to submit permanently to modern labor conditions without extreme resistance, even after the most elaborate conciliation schemes and social minima are established things, are altogether too stimulating to the imagination nowadays. Of all impossible social dreams, that belief in tranquilized and submissive and virtuous labor is the wildest of all. No sort of modern men will stand it. They will, as a class, do any vivid and disastrous thing rather than stand it. Even the illiterate peasant will only endure lifelong toil under the stimulus of private ownership and with the consolations of religion, and the typical modern worker has neither the one nor the other. For a time, indeed, for a generation or so even, a labor mass may be fooled or coerced, but in the end it will break out against its subjection, even if it breaks out to a general social catastrophe. We have, in fact, to invent for the great state, if we are to suppose any great state at all, an economic method without any specific labor class. If we cannot do so, we had better throw ourselves in with the conservators forthwith, for they are right, and we are absurd. Adhesion to the conception of the great state involves adhesion to the belief that the amount of regular labor, skilled and unskilled, required to produce everything necessary for everyone living in its highly elaborate civilization may, under modern conditions, with the help of scientific economy and power-producing machinery, be reduced to so small a number of working hours per head in proportion to the average life of the citizen as to be met as regards the greater moiety of it by the payment of wages over and above the gratuitous share of each individual in the general output, and as regards the residue, a residue of rough, disagreeable, and monotonous operations by some form of conscription which will demand a year or so, let us say, of each person's life for the public service. If we reflect that in the contemporary state there is already food, shelter, and clothing of a sort for everyone, in spite of the fact that enormous numbers of people do no productive work at all because they are too well off, That great numbers are out of work, great numbers by bad nutrition and training incapable of work, and that an enormous amount of the work actually done is the overlapping production of competitive trade and work upon such politically necessary but socially useless things as dreadnoughts, it becomes clear that the absolutely unavoidable labor in a modern community and its ratio to the available vitality must be of very small account indeed. But all this has still to be worked out even in the most general terms. An intelligent science of economics should afford standards and technicalities and systematized facts upon which to base an estimate. The point was raised a quarter of a century ago by Morris in his News from Nowhere, and indeed it was already discussed by Moore in his Utopia. Our contemporary economics is, however, still a foolish, pretentious pseudo-science, a festering mass of assumptions about buying and selling and wages paying, and one would as soon consult Bradshaw or the works of Dumas as our orthodox professors of economics for any light upon this fundamental matter. Moreover, we believe that there is a real disposition to work in human beings, and that in a well-equipped community in which no one was under an unavoidable urgency to work, the greater proportion of productive operations could be made sufficiently attractive to make them desirable occupations. As for the irreducible residue of undesirable toil, I owe to my friend the late Professor William James this suggestion of a general conscription and a period of public service for everyone, a suggestion which greatly occupied his thoughts during the last years of his life. He was profoundly convinced of the high educational and disciplinary value of universal compulsory military service, and of the need of something more than a sentimental ideal of duty in public life. He would have had the whole population taught in the schools and prepared for this year, or whatever period it had to be, of patient and heroic labor, the men for the mines, the fisheries, the sanitary services, railway routine, the women for hospital and perhaps educational work, and so forth. He believed such a service would permeate the whole state with a sense of civic obligation. But behind all these conceivable triumphs of scientific adjustment and direction lies the infinitely greater difficulty on our way to the great state, the difficulty of direction. What sort of people are going to distribute the work of the community, decide what is or is not to be done, determine wages, initiate enterprises? And under what sort of criticism, checks, and controls are they going to do this delicate and extensive work? With this, we open the whole problem of government, administration, and officialdom. The Marxist and the democratic socialist generally shirk this riddle altogether. The Fabian conception of a bureaucracy, official to the extent of being a distinct class and cult, exists only as a starting point for healthy repudiations. Whatever else may be worked out in the subtler answers our later time prepares, nothing can be clearer than that the necessary machinery of government must be elaborately organized to prevent the development of a managing caste in permanent conspiracy, tacit or expressed, against the normal man. Quite apart from the danger of unsympathetic and fatally irritating government, there can be little or no doubt that the method of making men officials for life is quite the worst way of getting official duties done. Officialdom is a species of incompetence. This rather priggish, teachable, and well-behaved sort of boy, who is attracted by the prospect of assured income and a pension to win his way into the civil service, and who then, by varied assiduities, rises to a sort of timidly vindictive importance, is the last person to whom we would willingly entrust the vital interests of a nation. We want people who know about life at large, who will come to the public service seasoned by experience, not people who have specialized and acquired that sort of knowledge which is called, in much the same spirit of qualification as one who speaks of German silver, expert knowledge. It is clear our public servants and officials must be so only for their periods of service. They must be taught by life and not trained by pedagogues. In every continuing job, there is a time when one is crude and blundering, a time, the best time, when one is full of the freshness and happiness of doing well, and a time when routine has largely replaced the stimulus of novelty. The great state will, I feel convinced, regard changes in occupation as a proper circumstance in the life of every citizen. It will value a certain amateurishness in its service and prefer it to the trite omniscience of the stale official. On that score of the necessity or versatility, if on no other score, I am flatly antagonistic to the conceptions of guild socialism, which have arisen recently out of the impact of Mr. Penty and syndicalism upon the uneasy intelligence of Mr. Orridge. And since the Fabian socialists have created a widespread belief that in their projected state every man will be necessarily a public servant or a public pupil because the state will be the only employer and the only educator, it is necessary to point out that the great state presupposes neither the one nor the other. It is a form of liberty and not a form of enslavement. We agree with the older forms of socialism in supposing an initial proprietary independence in every citizen. The citizen is a shareholder in the state. Above that and after that, he works if he chooses. But if he likes to live on his minimum and do nothing, although such a type of character is scarcely conceivable, he can. His earning is his own surplus. Above the basal economics of the great state, we assume with confidence there will be a huge surplus of free spending upon extra collective ends. Public organizations, for example, may distribute impartially and possibly even print and make ink and paper for the newspapers in the great state, but they will certainly not own them. Only doctrine-driven men have ever ventured to think they would. Nor will the state control writers and artists, for example, nor the stage, though it may build and own theatres. The tailor, the dressmaker, the restaurant cook, an enormous multitude of other busy workers for preferences. In the great state of the future, as in the life of the more prosperous classes of today, the greater proportion of the occupations and activities will be private and free. I would like to underline in the most emphatic way that it is possible to have this great state, essentially socialistic, owning and running the land and all the great public services, sustaining everybody in absolute freedom at a certain minimum of comfort and well-being, and still leaving most of the interests, amusements, and adornments of the individual life and all sorts of collective concerns, social and political discussion, religious worship, philosophy, and the like, to the free personal initiatives of entirely unofficial people. This still leaves the problem of systematic knowledge and research, and all the associated problems of aesthetic, moral, and intellectual initiative to be worked out in detail, but at least it dispels the nightmare of a collective mind organized as a branch of the civil service with authors, critics, artists, scientific investigators appointed in a frenzy of wire-pulling, as nowadays the British state appoints its bishops for the care of its collective soul. Let me now indicate how these general views affect the problem of family organization and the problem of women's freedom. In the normal social life, the position of women is easily defined. They are subordinated but important. The citizenship rests with the man, and the women's relation to the community as a whole is through a man. But within that limitation, her functions as mother, wife, and homemaker are cardinal. It is one of the entirely unforeseen consequences that have arisen from the decay of the normal social life and its autonomous home that great numbers of women, while still subordinate, have become profoundly unimportant. They have ceased to a very large extent to bear children. They have dropped most of their homemaking arts. They no longer nurse or educate such children as they have, and they have taken on no new functions that compensate for these dwindling activities of the domestic interior. That subjugation, which is a vital condition to the normal social life, does not seem to be necessary to the great state. It may or it may not be necessary. And here we enter upon the most difficult of all our problems. The whole spirit of the great state is against any avoidable subjugation. But the whole spirit of that science which will animate the great state forbids us to ignore women's functional and temperamental differences. A new status has still to be invented for women, a feminine citizenship differing in certain respects from the normal masculine citizenship. Its conditions remain to be worked out. We have indeed to work out an entire new system of relations between men and women that will be free from servitude, aggression, provocation, or parasitism. The public endowment of motherhood, as such, may perhaps be the first broad suggestion of the quality of this new status. A new type of family, a mutual alliance in the place of a subjugation, is perhaps the most startling of all the conceptions which confront us directly we turn ourselves definitely towards the great state. And as our conception of the great state grows, so we shall begin to realize the nature of the problem of transition, the problem of what we may best do in the confusion of the present time to elucidate and render practicable this new phase of human organization. Of one thing there can be no doubt, that whatever increases thought and knowledge moves towards our goal, and equally certain is that nothing leads thither that tampers with the freedom of spirit, the independence of soul in common men and women. In many directions, therefore, the believer in the great state will display a jealous watchfulness of contemporary developments rather than a premature constructiveness. We must watch wealth, but quite as necessary it is to watch the legislator, who mistakes propaganda for progress and class exasperation to satisfy class vindictiveness for construction. Supremely important is it to keep discussion open, to tolerate no limitation on the freedom of speech, writing, art, and book distribution, and to sustain the utmost liberty of criticism upon all contemporary institutions and processes. This, briefly, is the program of problems and effort to which my idea of the great state as the goal of contemporary progress leads me. The diagram shows compactly the gist of the preceding discussion. It gives the view of social development upon which I base all my political conceptions. The normal social life produces an increasing surplus of energy and opportunity, more particularly under modern conditions of scientific organization and power production, and this, through the operation of rent and of usury, tends to A. Release, and B. Expropriate an increasing proportion of the population to become A. Leisure class, and B. A labor class. Under no urgent compulsion to work, divorced from the land and living under uncertain wages, which may degenerate into a waster class, into a sweated, overworked, violently resentful and destructive rebel class, and produce a social debacle, which may become a governing class with waster elements in an unprogressive, bureaucratic, servile state, or which may become the controlled, regimented, and disciplined labor class of an unprogressive, bureaucratic, servile state, which may become the whole community of the great state, working under various motives and inducements, but not constantly, nor permanently, nor unwillingly, which may be rendered needless by a universal compulsory year or so of labor service together with a scientific organization of production, and so reabsorbed by re-endowment into the leisure class of the great state. The common sense of warfare. Section 1. Conscription. I want to say, as compactly as possible, why I do not believe that conscription would increase the military efficiency of this country, and why I think it might be a disastrous step for this country to take. By conscription, I mean the compulsory enlistment for a term of service in the army of the whole manhood of the country. And I am writing now from the point of view merely of military effectiveness. The educational value of a universal national service, the idea which as a socialist I support very heartily, of making every citizen give a year or so of his life to our public needs, are matters quite outside my present discussion. What I am writing about now is this idea that the country can be strengthened for war by making every man in it a bit of a soldier. And I want the reader to be perfectly clear about the position I assume with regard to war preparations generally. I am not pleading for peace when there is no peace. This country has been constantly threatened during the past decade, and is threatened now by gigantic hostile preparations. It is our common interest to be and to keep at the maximum of military efficiency possible to us. My case is not merely that conscription will not contribute to that, but that it would be a monstrous diversion of our energy and emotion and material resources from the things that need urgently to be done. It would be like a boxer filling his arms with empty boxing gloves and then rushing, his face protruding over the armful, into the fray. Let me make my attack on this prevalent and increasing superstition of the British need for conscription in two lines, one following the other. For firstly, it is true that Britain at the present time is no more capable of creating such a conscript army as France or Germany possesses in the next 10 years than she is of covering her soil with a tropical forest. And secondly, it is equally true that if she had such an army it would not be of the slightest use to her. For the conscript armies in which Europe still so largely believes are only of use against conscript armies and adversaries who will consent to play the rules of the German war game. They are, if we choose to determine they shall be, if we choose to deal with them as they should be dealt with, as out of date as a Roman legion or a Zulu impi. Now, first, as to the impossibility of getting our great army into existence. All those people who write and talk so glibly in favour of conscription seem to forget that to take a common man, and more particularly a townsman, clap him into a uniform and put a rifle in his hand does not make a soldier. He has to be taught not only the use of his weapons, but the methods of a strange and unfamiliar life out of doors. He has to be not simply drilled, but accustomed to the difficult modern necessities of open-order fighting, of taking cover, of entrenchment, and he has to have created within him, so that it will stand the shock of seeing men killed around about him, confidence in himself, in his officers, and the methods and weapons of his side. Body, mind, and imagination have all to be trained, and they need trainers. The conversion of 1,000 citizens into anything better than a sheep-like militia demands the enthusiastic services of scores of able and experienced instructors who know what war is. The creation of a universal army demands the services of many scores of thousands of not simply old soldiers, but keen, expert, modern-minded officers. Without these officers, our citizen army would be a hydra without heads. And we haven't these officers. We haven't a tithe of them. We haven't these officers, and we can't make them in a hurry. It takes at least 5 years to make an officer who knows his trade. It needs a special gift, in addition to that knowledge, to make a man able to impart it. And our empire is at a particular disadvantage in the matter, because India and our other vast areas of service and opportunity overseas drain away a large proportion of just those able and educated men who would in other countries gravitate towards the army. Such small wealth of officers as we have, and I am quite prepared to believe that the officers we have are among the very best in the world, are scarcely enough to go round our present supply of private soldiers. And the best and most brilliant among this scanty supply are being drawn upon more and more for aerial work, and for all that increasing quantity of highly specialized services which are manifestly destined to be the real fighting forces of the future. We cannot spare the best of our officers for training conscripts. We shall get the dismalest results from the worst of them, and so, even if it were a vital necessity for our country to have an army of all its manhood now, we could not have it, and it would be a mere last convulsion to attempt to make it with the means at our disposal. But that brings me to my second contention, which is that we do not want such an army. I believe that the vast masses of men in uniform maintained by the continental powers at the present time are enormously overrated as fighting machines. I see Germany in the likeness of a boxer with a mailed fist as big as and rather heavier than its body, and I am convinced that when the moment comes for that mailed fist to be lifted, the whole disproportionate system will topple over. The military ascendancy of the future lies with the country that dares to experiment most, that experiments best, and meanwhile keeps its actual fighting force fit and admirable and small and flexible. The experience of war during the last 15 years has been to show repeatedly the enormous defensive power of small, scientifically handled bodies of men. These huge conscript armies are made up not of masses of military muscle, but of a huge proportion of military fat. Their one way of fighting will be to fall upon an antagonist with all their available weight, and if he is mobile and dexterous enough to decline that issue of adiposity, they will become a mere embarrassment to their own people. Modern weapons and modern contrivance are continually decreasing the number of men who can be employed efficiently upon a length of front. I doubt if there is any use for more than 400,000 men upon the whole Franco-Belgian frontier at the present time. Such an army, properly supplied, could, so far as terrestrial forces are concerned, hold that frontier against any number of assailants. The bigger the forces brought against it, the sooner the exhaustion of the attacking power. Now, it is for employment upon that frontier, and for no other conceivable purpose in the world, that Great Britain is asked to create a gigantic conscript army. And if too big an army is likely to be a mere encumbrance in war, it is perhaps even a still graver blunder to maintain one during that conflict of preparation which is at present the European substitute for actual hostilities. It consumes. It produces nothing. It not only eats and drinks and wears out its clothes and withdraws men from industry, but under the stress of invention it needs constantly to be rearmed and freshly equipped at an expenditure proportionate to its size. So long as the conflict of preparation goes on, then the bigger the army your adversary maintains under arms, the bigger is his expenditure, and the less his earning power. The less force you employ to keep your adversary overarmed, and the longer you remain at peace with him while he is overarmed, the greater is your advantage. There is only one profitable use for any army, and that is victorious conflict. Every army that is not engaged in victorious conflict is an organ of national expenditure and exhausting growth in the national body. And for Great Britain, an attempt to create a conscript army would involve the very maximum of moral and material exhaustion with the minimum of military efficiency. It would be a disastrous waste of resources that we need most urgently for other things. Section 2. In the popular imagination, the dreadnought is still the one instrument of naval war. We count our strength in dreadnoughts and super-dreadnoughts, and so long as we are spending our national resources upon them faster than any other country, if we sink at least £160 for every £100 sunk in these obsolescent monsters by Germany, we have a reassuring sense of keeping ahead and being thoroughly safe. This confidence in big, very expensive battleships is, I believe and hope, shared by the German government and by Europe generally, but it is, nevertheless, a very unreasonable confidence, and it may easily lead us into the most tragic of national disillusionments. We of the general public are led to suppose that the next naval war, if ever we engage in another naval war, will begin with a decisive fleet action. The plan of action is presented with an alluring simplicity. Our adversary will come out to us in a ratio of 10 to 16, or in some ratio still more advantageous to us, according as our adversary happens to be this power or that power. There will be some tremendous business with guns and torpedoes, and our admirals will return victorious to discuss the discipline and details of the battle and each other's little weaknesses in the monthly magazines. This is a desirable but improbable anticipation. No hostile power is in the least likely to send out any battleships at all against our invincible dreadnoughts. They will promenade the seas, always in the ratio of 16 or more to 10, looking for fleets securely tucked away out of reach. They will not, of course, go too near the enemy's coast on account of mines, and, meanwhile, our cruisers will hunt the enemy's commerce into port. Then other things will happen. The enemy we shall discover using unsportsmanlike devices against our capital ships. Unless he is a lunatic, he will prove to be much stronger in reality than he is on paper in the matter of submarines, torpedo boats, waterplanes, and aeroplanes. These are things cheap to make and easy to conceal. He will be richly stocked with ingenious devices for getting explosives up to these £2 million triumphs of our naval engineering. On the cloudy and foggy nights so frequent about these islands, he will have extraordinary chances, and sooner or later, unless we beat him thoroughly in the air above and in the waters beneath, for neither of which proceedings we are prepared, some of these chances will come off, and we shall lose a dreadnought. It will be a poor consolation if an ill-advised and stranded Zeppelin or so enlivens the quiet of the English countryside by coming down and capitulating. It will be a trifling countershock to wing an aeroplane or so, or blow a torpedo boat out of the water. Our dreadnoughts will cease to be a source of unmitigated confidence. A second battleship disaster will excite the press extremely. A third will probably lead to a retirement of the battle fleet to some East Coast harbour, a refuge liable to aeroplanes, or to the west coast of Ireland. And the real naval war, which, as I have argued in an earlier chapter, will be a war of destroyers, submarines, and hydroplanes, will begin. Incidentally, a commerce destroyer may take advantage of the retirement of our fleet to raid our trade routes. We shall then realize that the actual naval weapons are these smaller weapons, and especially the destroyer, the submarine, and the waterplane. The waterplane most of all, because of its possibilities of a comparative bigness in the hands of competent and daring men. And I find myself, as a patriotic Englishman, more and more troubled by doubts whether we are as certainly superior to any possible adversary in these essential things as we are in the matter of dreadnoughts. I find myself awake at nights, after a day much agitated by a belligerent press, wondering whether the real empire of the sea may not even now have slipped out of our hands while our attention has been fixed on our stately procession of giant warships, while our country has been in a dream, hypnotized by the dreadnought idea. For some years there seems to have been a complete arrest of the British imagination in naval and military matters. That declining faculty, never a very active or well-exercised one, staggered up to the conception of a dreadnought and seems now to have sat down for good. Its reply to every demand upon it has been more dreadnoughts. The future, as we British seem to see it, is an avenue of dreadnoughts and super-dreadnoughts and super-super-dreadnoughts, getting bigger and bigger in a kind of inverted perspective. But the ascendancy of fleets of great battleships in naval warfare, like the phase of huge conscript armies upon land, draws to its close. The progress of invention makes both the big ship and the army crowd more and more vulnerable and less effective. A new phase of warfare opens beyond the vista of our current programs. Smaller, more numerous and various and mobile weapons and craft and contrivances, manned by daring and highly skilled men, must ultimately take the place of those massivenesses. We are entering upon a period in which the invention of methods and material for war is likely to be more rapid and diversified than it ever has been before, and the question of what we have been doing behind the splendid line of our dreadnoughts to meet the demands of this new phase is one of supreme importance. Knowing, as I do, the imaginative indolence of my countrymen, it is a question I face with something very near to dismay. But it is one that has to be faced. The question that should occupy our directing minds is now no longer, how can we get more dreadnoughts? But what have we to follow the dreadnought? To the power that has most nearly guessed the answer to that riddle belongs the future empire of the seas. It is interesting to guess for oneself and to speculate upon the possibility of a kind of armoured mothership for waterplanes and submarines and torpedo craft, but necessarily that would be a mere journalistic and amateurish guessing. I am not guessing, but asking urgent questions. What force, what counsel, how many imaginative and inventive men has the country got at the present time employed, not casually but professionally, in anticipating the new strategy, the new tactics, the new material, the new training that invention is so rapidly rendering necessary? I have the gravest doubts whether we are doing anything systematic at all in this way. Now, it is the tremendous seriousness of this deficiency to which I want to call attention. Great Britain has in her armour a gap more dangerous and vital than any mere numerical insufficiency of men or ships. She is short of minds. Behind its strength of current armaments today, a strength that begins to evaporate and grow obsolete from the very moment it comes into being, a country needs more and more this profounder strength of intellectual and creative activity. This country, most of all, which was left so far behind in the production of submarines, airships, and aeroplanes, must be made to realize the folly of its trust in established things. Each new thing we take up more belatedly and reluctantly than its predecessor. The time is not far distant when we shall be caught lagging unless we change all this. We need a new arm to our service. We need it urgently, and we shall need it more and more, and that arm is research. We need to place inquiry and experiment upon a new footing altogether, to enlist for them and organize them, to secure the pick of our young chemists and physicists and engineers, and to get them to work systematically upon the anticipation and preparation of our future war equipment. We need a service of invention to recover our lost lead in these matters. And it is because I feel so keenly the want of such a service, and the want of great sums of money for it, that I deplore the disposition to waste millions upon the hasty creation of a universal service army and upon excessive dreadnoughting. I am convinced that we are spending upon the things of yesterday the money that is sorely needed for the things of tomorrow. With our eyes averted obstinately from the future, we are backing towards disaster. Section 3. In the present armament competition there are certain considerations that appear to be almost universally overlooked, and which tend to modify our views profoundly of what should be done. Ultimately, they will affect our entire expenditure upon war preparation. Expenditure upon preparation for war falls roughly into two classes. There is expenditure upon things that have a diminishing value, things that grow old-fashioned and wear out, such as fortifications, ships, guns, and ammunition, and expenditure upon things that have a permanent and even growing value, such as organized technical research, military and naval experiment, and the education and increase of a highly trained class of war experts. I want to suggest that we are spending too much money in the former and not enough in the latter. We are buying enormous quantities of stuff that will be old iron in 20 years' time, and we are starving ourselves of that which cannot be bought or made in a hurry, and upon which the strength of nations ultimately rests altogether. We are failing to get and maintain a sufficiency of highly educated and developed men, inspired by a tradition of service and efficiency. No doubt we must be armed today, but every penny we divert from men-making and knowledge-making to armament beyond the margin of bare safety is a sacrifice of the future to the present. Every penny we divert from national wealth-making to national weapons means so much less in resources, so much more strain in the years ahead. But a great system of laboratories and experimental stations, a systematic, industrious increase of men of the officer-aviator type, of the research student type, of the engineer type, of the naval officer type, of the skilled sergeant-instructor type, a methodical development of a common sentiment and a common zeal among such a body of men is an added strength that grows greater from the moment you call it into being. In our schools and military and naval colleges lies the proper field for expenditure upon preparation for our ultimate triumph in war. All other war preparation is temporary but that. This would be obvious in any case, but what makes insistence upon it peculiarly urgent is the manifestly temporary nature of the present European situation and the fact that within quite a small number of years our war front will be turned in a direction quite other than that to which it faces now. For a decade and more, all Western Europe has been threatened by German truculence. The German, inflamed by the victories of 1870 and 1871, has poured out his energy in preparation for war by sea and land, and it has been the difficult task of France and England to keep the peace with him. The German has been the provocateur and leader of all modern armaments. But that is not going on. It is already more than half over. If we can avert war with Germany for 20 years, we shall never have to fight Germany. In 20 years' time, we shall be talking no more of sending troops to fight side by side on the frontier of France. We shall be talking of sending troops to fight side by side with French and Germans on the frontiers of Poland. And the justification of that prophecy is a perfectly plain one. The German has filled up his country, his birth rate falls, and the very vigor of his military and naval preparations by raising the cost of living hurries it down. His birth rate falls as ours and the Frenchman falls, because he is nearing his maximum population. It is an inevitable consequence of his geographical conditions. But eastward of him, from his eastern boundaries to the Pacific, is a country already too populous to conquer, but with possibilities of further expansion that are gigantic. The Slav will be free to increase and multiply for another 100 years. Eastward and southward bristle the Slavs, and behind the Slavs are the colossal possibilities of Asia. Even German vanity, even the preposterous ambitions that spring from that brief triumph of Sedan, must awaken at last to these manifest facts, and on the day when Germany is fully awake, we may count the Western European Armageddon as off, and turn our eyes to the greater needs that will arise beyond Germany. The old game will be over, and a quite different new game will begin in international relations. During these last few years of worry and bluster across the North Sea, we have a little forgotten India in our calculations. As Germany faces round eastward again, as she must do before very long, we shall find India resuming its former central position in our ideas of international politics. With India we may pursue one of two policies. We may keep her divided and inefficient for war, as she is at present, and hold her and own her and defend her as a prize, or we may arm her and assist her development into a group of quasi-independent English-speaking states, in which case she will become our partner and possibly, at last, even our senior partner. But that is by the way. What I am pointing out now is that whether we fight Germany or not, a time is drawing near when Germany will cease to be our war objective, and we shall cease to be Germany's war objective, and when there will have to be a complete revision of our military and naval equipment in relation to those remoter, vaster Asiatic possibilities. Now that possible campaign away there, whatever its particular nature may be, which will be shaping our military and naval policy in the year 1933 or thereabouts, will certainly be quite different in its conditions from the possible campaign in Europe and the narrow seas which determines all our preparations now. We cannot contemplate throwing an army of 1 million British conscripts onto the northwest frontier of India, and a fleet of super dreadnoughts will be ineffective either in Tibet or the Baltic shallows. All our present stuff, indeed, will be on the scrap heap then. What will not be on the scrap heap will be such enterprise and special science and inventive power as we have got together, that is versatile, that is good to have now, and that will be good to have then. Everyone nowadays seems demanding increased expenditure upon war preparation. I will follow the fashion. I will suggest that we have the courage to restrain and even to curtail our monstrous outlay upon war material, and that we begin to spend lavishly upon military and naval education and training, upon laboratories and experimental stations, upon chemical and physical research, and all that makes knowledge and leading, and that we increase our expenditure upon these things as fast as we can, up to 10 or 12 millions a year. At present, we spend about 18.5 millions a year upon education out of our national funds, but 14.5 of this, supplemented by about as much again from local sources, is consumed in merely elementary teaching, so that we spend only about 4 millions a year of public money on every sort of research and education above the simple democratic level. Nearly 30 millions for the foundations, and only a seventh for the edifice of will and science? Is it any marvel that we are a badly organized nation, a nation of very widely diffused intelligence and very second-rate guidance and achievement? Is it any marvel that directly we are tested by such a new development as that of aeroplanes or airships, we show ourselves, in comparison with the more braced-up nations of the continent, backward, unorganized, unimaginative, unenterprising? Our supreme want today, if we are to continue a belligerent people, is a greater supply of able, educated men, versatile men capable of engines, of aviation, of invention, of leading and initiative. We need more laboratories, more scholarships out of the general mass of elementary scholars, a quasi-military discipline in our colleges, and a great array of new colleges, a much readier access to instruction in aviation and military and naval practice. And if we are to have national service, let us begin with it where it is needed most and where it is least likely to disorganize our social and economic life. Let us begin at the top. Let us begin with the educated and propertied classes and exact a couple of years' service in a destroyer or a waterplane or an airship or a research laboratory or a training camp from the sons of everybody who, let us say, pays income tax without deductions. Let us mix with these a big proportion, a proportion we may increase steadily, of keen scholarship men from the elementary schools. Such a braced-up class as we should create in this way would give us the realities of military power which are enterprise, knowledge, and invention, and at the same time it would add to and not subtract from the economic wealth of the community. Make men, that is the only sane, permanent preparation for war. So we should develop a strength and create a tradition that would not rust nor grow old-fashioned in all the years to come. The contemporary novel. Circumstances have made me think a good deal at different times about the business of writing novels and what it means and is and may be. And I was a professional critic of novels long before I wrote them. I have been writing novels, or writing about novels, for the last 20 years. It seems only yesterday that I wrote a review, the first long and appreciative review he had, for Mr. Joseph Conrad's All Mayer's Folly in the Saturday Review. When a man has focused so much of his life upon the novel, it is not reasonable to expect him to take too modest or apologetic a view of it. I consider the novel an important and necessary thing indeed in that complicated system of uneasy adjustments and readjustments which is modern civilization. I make very high and wide claims for it. In many directions I do not think we can get along without it. Now this, I know, is not the usually received opinion. There is, I am aware, the theory that the novel is wholly and solely a means of relaxation. In spite of manifest facts, that was the dominant view of the great period that we now, in our retrospective way, speak of as the Victorian, and it still survives to this day. It is the man's theory of the novel rather than the woman's. One may call it the weary giant theory. The reader is represented as a man, burdened, toiling, worn. He has been in his office from 10 to 4, with perhaps only 2 hours interval at his club for lunch. Or he has been playing golf, or he has been waiting about and voting in the House, or he has been fishing, or he has been disputing a point of law, or writing a sermon, or doing one of the 1,000 other of the grave important things which constitute the substance of a prosperous man's life. Now, at last, comes the little precious interval of leisure, and the weary giant takes up a book. Perhaps he is vexed. He may have been bunkered, his line may have been entangled in the trees, his favourite investment may have slumped, or the judge have had indigestion and been extremely rude to him. He wants to forget the troublesome realities of life. He wants to be taken out of himself, to be cheered, consoled, amused, above all, amused. He doesn't want ideas, he doesn't want facts, above all, he doesn't want problems. He wants to dream of the bright, thin, gay excitements of a phantom world in which he can be hero, of horses ridden and lace worn and princesses rescued and won. He wants pictures of funny slums and entertaining paupers and laughable longshoremen and kindly impulses making life sweet. He wants romance without its defiance, and humour without its sting, and the business of the novelist, he holds, is to supply this cooling refreshment. That is the weary giant theory of the novel. It ruled British criticism up to the period of the Boer War, and then something happened to quite a lot of us, and it has never completely recovered its old predominance. Perhaps it will. Perhaps something else may happen to prevent its ever doing so. Both fiction and criticism today are in revolt against that tired giant, the prosperous Englishman. I cannot think of a single writer of any distinction today, unless it is Mr. W. W. Jacobs, who is content merely to serve the purpose of those slippered hours. So far from the weary reader being a decently tired giant, we realize that he is only an inexpressibly lax, slovenly, and undertrained giant, and we are all out with one accord, resolved to exercise his higher ganglia in every possible way. And so I will say no more of the idea that the novel is merely a harmless opiate for the vacant hours of prosperous men. As a matter of fact, it never has been, and by its nature I doubt if it ever can be. I do not think that women have ever quite succumbed to the tired giant attitude in their reading. Women are more serious not only about life, but about books. No type or kind of woman is capable of that lounging, defensive stupidity which is the basis of the tired giant attitude, and all through the early 90s, during which the respectable frivolity of Great Britain left its most enduring marks upon our literature, there was a rebel undertow of earnest and aggressive writing and reading, supported chiefly by women and supplied very largely by women, which gave the lie to the prevailing trivial estimate of fiction. Among readers, women and girls and young men at least will insist upon having their novels significant and real, and it is to these perpetually renewed elements in the public that the novelist must look for his continuing emancipation from the wearier and more massive influences at work in contemporary British life. And if the novel is to be recognized as something more than a relaxation, it has also, I think, to be kept free from the restrictions imposed upon it by the fierce pedantries of those who would define a general form for it. Every art nowadays must steer its way between the rocks of trivial and degrading standards and the whirlpool of arbitrary and irrational criticism. Whenever criticism of any art becomes specialized and professional, whenever a class of adjudicators is brought into existence, those adjudicators are apt to become, as a class, distrustful of their immediate impressions and anxious for the methods of comparison between work and work. They begin to emulate the classifications and exact measurements of a science, and to set up ideals and rules as data for such classification and measurements. They develop an alleged sense of technique, which is too often no more than the attempt to exact a laboriousness of method, or to insist upon peculiarities of method which impress the professional critic not so much as being merits as being meritorious. This sort of thing has gone very far with the critical discussion both of the novel and the play. You have all heard that impressive dictum that some particular theatrical display, although moving, interesting, and continually entertaining from start to finish, was, for occult technical reasons, not a play. And in the same way you are continually having your appreciation of fiction dashed by the mysterious parallel condemnation that the story you like isn't a novel. The novel has been treated as though its form was as well defined as the sonnet. Some year or so ago, for example, there was a quite serious discussion, which began, I believe, in a weekly paper devoted to the interests of various nonconformist religious organizations, about the proper length for a novel. The critic was to begin his painful duties with a yard measure. The matter was taken up with a profound gravity by the Westminster Gazette, and a considerable number of literary men and women were circularized and asked to state, in the face of Tom Jones, The Vicar of Wakefield, The Shabby Genteel Story, and Bleak House, just exactly how long the novel ought to be. Our replies varied according to the civility of our natures, but the mere attempt to raise the question shows, I think, how widespread among the editorial, paragraph-writing, opinion-making sort of people is this notion of prescribing a definite length and a definite form for the novel. In the newspaper correspondence that followed, our friend, the weary giant, made a transitory appearance again. We were told the novel ought to be long enough for him to take up after dinner and finish before his whiskey at 11. That was obviously a half-forgotten echo of Edgar Allan Poe's discussion of the short story. Edgar Allan Poe was very definite upon the point that the short story should be finished at a sitting. But the novel and short story are two entirely different things, and the train of reasoning that made the American master limit the short story to about an hour of reading as a maximum does not apply to the longer work. A short story is, or should be, a simple thing. It aims at producing one single vivid effect. It has to seize the attention at the outset and, never relaxing, gather it together more and more until the climax is reached. The limits of the human capacity to attend closely, therefore, set a limit to it. It must explode and finish before interruption occurs or fatigue sets in. But the novel I hold to be a discursive thing. It is not a single interest, but a woven tapestry of interests. One is drawn on first by this affection and curiosity, and then by that. It is something to return to, and I do not see that we can possibly set any limit to its extent. The distinctive value of the novel among written works of art is in characterization, and the charm of a well-conceived character lies not in knowing its destiny, but in watching its proceedings. For my own part, I will confess that I find all the novels of Dickens, as long as they are, too short for me. I am sorry they do not flow into one another more than they do. I wish Micawber and Dick Swiveller and Sairey Gamp turned up again in other novels than their own, just as Shakespeare ran the glorious glow of Falstaff through a group of plays. But Dickens tried this once when he carried on the Pickwick Club into Master Humphrey's Clock. That experiment was unsatisfactory, and he did not attempt anything of the sort again. Following on the days of Dickens, the novel began to contract, to subordinate characterization to story and description to drama. Considerations of a sordid nature, I am told, had to do with that. Something about a guinea and a half and 6 shillings, with which we will not concern ourselves, but I rejoice to see many signs today that the phase of narrowing and restriction is over, and that there is every encouragement for a return towards a laxer, more spacious form of novel writing. The movement is partly of English origin, a revolt against those more exacting and cramping conceptions of artistic perfection to which I will recur in a moment, and a return to the lax freedom of form, the rambling discursiveness, the right to roam of the earlier English novel of Tristram Shandy and of Tom Jones, and partly it comes from abroad and derives a stimulus from such bold and original enterprises as that of Monsieur Roland in his Jean Christophe. Its double origin involves a double nature, for while the English spirit is towards discursiveness and variety, the new French movement is rather towards exhaustiveness. Mr. Arnold Bennett has experimented in both forms of amplitude. His superb Old Wives' Tale, wandering from person to person and from scene to scene, is by far the finest long novel that has been written in English, in the English fashion in this generation, and now, in Clayhanger and its promised collaterals, he undertakes that complete, minute, abundant presentation of the growth and modification of one or two individual minds, which is the essential characteristic of the continental movement towards the novel of amplitude. While the Old Wives' Tale is discursive, Clayhanger is exhaustive. He gives us both types of the new movement in perfection. I name Jean Christophe as a sort of archetype in this connection because it is just at present very much in our thoughts by reason of the admirable translation Mr. Cannon is giving us. But there is a greater predecessor to this comprehensive and spectacular treatment of a single mind and its impressions and ideas, or of one or two associated minds, that comes to us now via Mr. Bennett and Mr. Cannon from France. The great original of all this work is that colossal last unfinished book of Flaubert, Bouvard et Pécuchet. Flaubert, the bulk of whose life was spent upon the most austere and restrained fiction, Turgenev was not more austere and restrained, broke out at last into this gay, sad miracle of intellectual abundance. It is not extensively read in this country. It is not yet, I believe, translated into English, but there it is, and if it is new to the reader, I make him this present of the secret of a book that is a precious wilderness of wonderful reading. But if Flaubert is really the continental emancipator of the novel from the restrictions of form, the master to whom we of the English persuasion, we of the discursive school, must forever recur is he whom I will maintain against all comers to be the subtlest and greatest artist. I lay stress upon that word artist, that Great Britain has ever produced in all that is essentially the novel, Lawrence Sterne. The confusion between the standards of a short story and the standards of a novel, which lead at last to these, what shall I call them, Westminster Gazettisms, about the correct length to which the novelist should aspire, leads also to all kinds of absurd condemnations and exactions upon matters of method and style. The underlying fallacy is always this: the assumption that the novel, like the story, aims at a single concentrated impression. From that comes a fertile growth of error. Constantly one finds in the reviews of works of fiction the complaint that this, that, or the other thing in a novel is irrelevant. Now it is the easiest thing and most fatal thing to become irrelevant in a short story. A short story should go to its point as a man flies from a pursuing tiger. He pauses not for the daisies in its path, or to note the pretty moss on the tree he climbs for safety. But the novel, by comparison, is like breakfasting in the open air on a summer morning. Nothing is irrelevant if the waiter's mood is happy, and the tapping of the thrush upon the garden path or the petal of apple blossom that floats down into my coffee is as relevant as the egg I open or the bread and butter I bite. And all sorts of things that inevitably mar the tense illusion which is the aim of the short story, the introduction, for example, of the author's personality, Any comment that seems to admit that, after all, fiction is fiction, a change in manner between part and part, burlesque, parody, invective, all such things are not necessarily wrong in the novel. Of course, all these things may fail in their effect. They may jar, hinder, irritate, and all are difficult to do well. But it is no artistic merit to evade a difficulty any more than it is a merit in a hunter to refuse even the highest offences. Nearly all the novels that have, by the lapse of time, reached an assured position of recognized greatness are not only saturated in the personality of the author, but have, in addition, quite unaffected personal outbreaks. The least successful instance, the one that is made the text against all such first personal inventions, is, of course, Thackeray. But I think the trouble with Thackeray is not that he makes first personal interventions, but that he does so with a curious touch of dishonesty. I agree with the late Mrs. Craigie that there was something profoundly vulgar about Thackeray. It was a sham, thoughtful sham, man-of-the-world pose he assumed. It is an aggressive, conscious, challenging person astride before a fire, and a little distended by dinner and a sense of social and literary precedences, who uses the first person in Thackeray's novels. It isn't the real Thackeray. It isn't a frank man who looks you in the eyes and bares his soul and demands your sympathy. That is a criticism of Thackeray, but it isn't a condemnation of intervention. I admit that for a novelist to come in person in this way before his readers involves grave risks, but when it is done without affectation, starkly as a man comes in and out of the darkness to tell of perplexing things without, as for instance Mr. Joseph Conrad does for all practical purposes in his Lord Jim, then it gives a sort of depth, a sort of subjective reality that no such cold, almost affectedly ironical detachment as that which distinguishes the work of Mr. John Galsworthy, for example, can ever attain. And in some cases the whole art and delight of a novel may lie in the author's personal interventions. Let such novels as Elizabeth and Her German Garden, and the same writer's Elizabeth in Rugen, bear witness. Now, all this time I have been hacking away at certain hampering and limiting beliefs about the novel, letting it loose, as it were, in form and purpose. I have still to say just what I think the novel is, and where, if anywhere, its boundary line ought to be drawn. It is by no means an easy task to define the novel. It is not a thing premeditated. It is a thing that has grown up into modern life and taken upon itself uses and produced results that could not have been foreseen by its originators. Few of the important things in the collective life of man started out to be what they are. Consider, for example, all the unexpected aesthetic values, the inspiration and variety of emotional result which arises out of the cross-shaped plan of the Gothic cathedral, and the undesigned delight and wonder of white marble that has ensued, as I have been told, through the aging and whitening of the realistically coloured statuary of the Greeks and Romans. Much of the charm of the old furniture and needlework, again, upon which the present time sets so much store, lies in acquired and unpremeditated qualities. And no doubt the novel grew up out of simple storytelling and the universal desire of children, old and young alike, for a story. It is only slowly that we have developed the distinction of the novel from the romance as being a story of human beings, absolutely credible and conceivable, as distinguished from human beings frankly endowed with the glamour, the wonder, the brightness of a less exacting and more vividly eventful world. The novel is a story that demands, or professes to demand, no make-believe. The novelist undertakes to present you people and things as real as any that you can meet in an omnibus. And I suppose it is conceivable that a novel might exist which was just purely a story of that kind and nothing more. It might amuse you as one is amused by looking out of a window into a street or listening to a piece of agreeable music, and that might be the limit of its effect. But almost always the novel is something more than that, and produces more effect than that. The novel has inseparable moral consequences. It leaves impressions not simply of things seen, but of acts judged and made attractive or unattractive. They may prove very slight moral consequences and very shallow moral impressions in the long run, but there they are, none the less, its inevitable accompaniments. It is unavoidable that this should be so. Even if the novelist attempts or affects to be impartial, he still cannot prevent his characters setting examples. He still cannot avoid, as people say, putting ideas into his readers' heads. The greater his skill, the more convincing his treatment, the more vivid his power of suggestion. And it is equally impossible for him not to betray his sense that the proceedings of this person are rather jolly and admirable, and of that rather ugly and detestable. I suppose Mr. Bennet, for example, would say that he should not do so, but it is as manifest to any disinterested observer that he greatly loves and admires his card as that Richardson admired his Sir Charles Grandison, or that Mrs. Humphrey Ward considers her Marcella a very fine and estimable young woman. And I think it is just in this that the novel is not simply a fictitious record of conduct, but also a study and judgment of conduct, and through that of the ideas that lead to conduct, that the real and increasing value, or perhaps, to avoid controversy, I had better say the real and increasing importance, of the novel and of the novelist in modern life comes. It is no new discovery that the novel, like the drama, is a powerful instrument of moral suggestion. This has been understood in England ever since there has been such a thing as a novel in England. This has been recognized equally by novelists, novel readers, and the people who wouldn't read novels under any condition whatever. Richardson wrote deliberately for edification, and Tom Jones is a powerful and effective appeal for a charitable and even indulgent attitude towards loose-living men. But excepting Fielding and one or two other of those partial exceptions that always occur in the case of critical generalizations, there is a definable difference between the novel of the past and what I may call the modern novel. It is a difference that is reflected upon the novel from a difference in the general way of thinking. It lies in the fact that formerly there was a feeling of certitude about moral values and certain standards of conduct that is altogether absent today. It wasn't so much that men were agreed upon these things, about these things there have always been enormous divergences of opinion, as that men were emphatic, cocksure, and unteachable about whatever they did happen to believe to a degree that no longer obtains. This is the Balfourian age, and even religion seeks to establish itself on doubt. There were, perhaps, just as many differences in the past as there are now, but the outlines were harder. They were, indeed, so hard as to be almost, to our sense, savage. You might be a Roman Catholic, and in that case you did not want to hear about Protestants, Turks, infidels, except in tones of horror and hatred. You knew exactly what was good and what was evil. Your priest informed you upon these points, and all you needed in any novel you read was a confirmation, implicit or explicit, of these vivid rather than charming prejudices. If you were a Protestant, you were equally clear and unshakable. Your sect, whichever sect you belonged to, knew the whole of truth and included all the nice people. It had nothing to learn in the world, and it wanted to learn nothing outside its sectarian convictions. The unbelievers, you know, were just as bad, and said their creeds with an equal fury, merely interpolating knots. People of every sort, Catholic, Protestant, infidel, or what not, were equally clear that good was good and bad was bad, that the world was made up of good characters whom you had to love, help, and admire, and of bad characters to whom one might, in the interests of goodness, even lie, and whom one had to foil, defeat, and triumph over shamelessly at every opportunity. That was the quality of the times. The novel reflected this quality of assurance, and its utmost charity was to unmask an apparent villain and show that he or she was really profoundly and correctly good, or to unmask an apparent saint and show the hypocrite. There was no such penetrating and pervading element of doubt and curiosity, and charity about the rightfulness and beauty of conduct such as one meets on every hand today. The novel reader of the past, therefore, like the novel reader of the more provincial parts of England today, judged a novel by the convictions that had been built up in him by his training and his priest or his pastor. If it agreed with these convictions, he approved. If it did not agree, he disapproved, often with great energy. The novel, where it was not unconditionally banned altogether as a thing disturbing and unnecessary, was regarded as a thing subordinated to the teaching of the priest or pastor, or whatever director and dogma was followed. Its modest moral confirmations began when authority had completed its direction. The novel was good, if it seemed to harmonize with the graver exercises conducted by Mr. Chadband, and it was bad and outcast if Mr. Chadband said so. And it is over the bodies of discredited and disgruntled Chadbands that the novel escapes from its servitude and inferiority. Now, the conflict of authority against criticism is one of the eternal conflicts of humanity. It is the conflict of organization against initiative, of discipline against freedom. It was the conflict of the priest against the prophet in ancient Judea, of the Pharisee against the Nazarene, of the realist against the nominalist, of the church against the Franciscan and the Lollard, of the respectable person against the artist, of the hedge clippers of mankind against the shooting buds. And today, while we live in a period of tightening and extending social organization, we live also in a period of adventurous and insurgent thought, in an intellectual spring unprecedented in the world's history. There is an enormous criticism going on of the faiths upon which men's lives and associations are based, and of every standard and rule of conduct. And it is inevitable that the novel, just in the measure of its sincerity and ability, should reflect and cooperate in the atmosphere and uncertainties and changing variety of this seething and creative time. And I do not mean merely that the novel is unavoidably charged with the representation of this wide and wonderful conflict. It is a necessary part of the conflict. The essential characteristic of this great intellectual revolution amidst which we are living today, that revolution of which the revival and restatement of nominalism under the name of pragmatism is the philosophical aspect, consists in the reassertion of the importance of the individual instance as against the generalization. All our social, political, moral problems are being approached in a new spirit, in an inquiring and experimental spirit which has small respect for abstract principles and deductive rules. We perceive more and more clearly, for example, that the study of social organization is an empty and unprofitable study until we approach it as a study of the association and interreaction of individualized human beings inspired by diversified motives, ruled by traditions, and swayed by the suggestions of a complex intellectual atmosphere. And all our conceptions of the relationships between man, and of justice and rightfulness and social desirableness, remain something misfitting and inappropriate, something uncomfortable and potentially injurious, as if we were trying to wear sharp-edged clothes made for a giant out of tin, until we bring them to the test and measure of realized individualities.